Welcome to MARE Day. I'd like to introduce Kelly, our board member, to kick us off.
Welcome, everyone. First of all, we are so glad you're here. Thanks so much for joining us on MARE Day. This is an exciting day for us. Not only is it our 18th birthday, but it is also a day for us to get all of you engaged and to get our donations up and running to hit our match. We've got an anonymous match going on today. We really need some donation to help us out and help us continue with ocean science. The ocean means a lot of things to a lot of people, but whether you're a fisherman, a scuba diver, a conservationist, whatever it is, we want to get you engaged. And today is a day for you to learn all about what's going on with the ocean science. So again, MARE is supporting intelligent ocean management, and we look forward to having a great day today. Thank you again for joining us, and have a great day. I'm going to turn it back to you, Natasha.
Thank you, Kelly. My name is Natasha Benjamin. I am the Policy and Outreach Director here at MARE, and wanted to thank everyone for being here today. We're very excited. We have a fun, packed ocean day. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what's coming. This morning, we're going to be kicking off with Dirk Rosen, our Executive Director, to talk about what MARE is doing. At 11 o'clock Pacific time, we will be discussing Blue Tech for Ocean Conservation with Brett Hobson from MBARI and Tierney, a National Geographic explorer, and Dirk Rosen, our director. At 1 o'clock Pacific time, we will be having a discussion with Dr. Peter Etnoyer from NOAA and Andy Lauerman from MARE on deep sea corals and protecting the deep sea. At 3 o'clock, we will be talking to Lance Morgan with the Marine Conservation Institute about blue parks. And at 5 o'clock, we will be celebrating MARE's birthday. I hope you all join us to learn how to make a MARE-garita. And cheers to MARE for our 18th anniversary. Please send us your questions in the live chat on YouTube. And I just want to thank all the MARE board and all of our speakers and everyone that made this possible today. And Dirk, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us. Yes, I'm Dirk Rosen. I'm the Executive Director and founder of this organization. A background in ocean engineering. What I discovered was the big data gap underwater is below diver depth. And that was an area that I had a lot of experience. So we built and have been deploying remotely operated vehicles now for 18 years, exploring this mystical and unknown ocean. And really realizing that you can't manage what you don't understand. And to understand this wild ocean ecosystem, you've got to go down and look. So over those 18 years, we've we've explored and documented more than 4,000 kilometers of seafloor. And that documentation is in the form of videos. So these become archives for future generations to see how the ocean was now. Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? During that time, we've ID'd to species level nearly 3 million fish and invertebrates. So an invertebrate would be something without a backbone like a squid. This is the result of 5,500 hours of high resolution video in the surveying of 450 different sites along the West Coast and Costa Rica. We kind of are trigger happy, so we're now up to 322,000 digital photographs, and that was over a period of 1,753 dives. And those dives can be as deep as 2,400 feet deep beneath the surface. So that's what we've been able to do by chipping away every year for 18 years. And just this year, it seems like things are taking off. We've already done a couple of weeks in Cocos Island off Costa Rica in support of Discovery Channel Shark Week, trying to film the elusive tiger shark. Next up this month, actually, we're heading to Hawaii in support of their ambitious goal of 30% marine reserve, or what they call marine managed area, by 2030. We're going to fill in the deep water ribbon of area they are not able to explore and feed that into their decision-making process about what to protect and what to fish. Then the following month in June, we start on our California statewide surveys at the Oregon border, ending in Mexico, where we're evaluating California's deep water marine reserves, and there's about 80 of them, and an accompanying fishable area nearby of similar habitat. We've been tracking those since our very beginning to see how they're faring. And then finally, we're working with the federal government in 2 different national marine sanctuaries, both in the San Francisco Bay Area, one the Gulf of the Farallones National Marine Sanctuary, and then the Cordell Bank National Marine Sanctuary. And we're going to go really deep for those expeditions on the order of 2,500 feet. So because of all the time we've spent subsea, it's resulted in huge amounts of protections of corals from deep sea trawling, which is a very destructive fishing technique. And also 2 years ago, discovery of our first new species, along with California Academy of Sciences. So these are what really makes everybody at MARE excited to do this work, is that we know we're doing something not just for now and better managing our oceans, but also for future generations. This year, we added to our fleet of vehicles. We had an incredible donation of a boat, a 38-foot motorized catamaran, and that's called the Tomcat. And we've been doing work both in San Francisco Bay on the water quality front, and then also down in Monterey, which we were down there 2 weeks ago doing some seafloor work and sea trials. We also built a new little portable ROV. This one in particular is going to Hawaii, having just done the surveys in Cocos Island. It weighs about 25 pounds. It's called the Mantis, and it's a very capable little crowdsourced, remotely operated vehicle with high definition camera and a little grabber arm. So again, in order to protect and manage our ocean, we need to understand it. And that's what MARE's work is all about. We thank all you supporters for having supported us through the years, and we encourage you to continue. There's so much to be done. Our oceans are 5% explored, and that is all we do. So please support our work, tell your friends, and let's keep this going. Let's head to 25 years. And so in conclusion, I don't know if there's any questions yet, but I did want to talk about an interview that we're doing with National Geographic explorer Tierney and her husband, Brett Hobson, who's a senior engineer at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute. This is an ocean power couple on both the PhD science side and the incredible ocean engineering side. So that is going to be very exciting for me to interview 2 friends of mine, but also I hope you find it very illuminating as well. So let's see. Now what I'd like to do is show you a video. So we have to get the timing right here. So I'm going to start at 3, 2, 1 and showcase really MARE's work. What does it do what do we do when we go out to sea? Well, we use typically ships of opportunity. Sometimes they're federal boats, sometimes they're recreational tuna boats like we're using this year. And we bring our robotic vehicles out to sea to remote sites that are too deep for divers to go. We often have accompaniment by dolphins and seabirds along the way. And in large part, this is pure exploration. Most of what we do, no one has ever seen this seafloor before. So we deploy a remotely operated vehicle with lights, cameras, water quality sensors, manipulator grabber, and we dive to the bottom of the ocean. This is what the control system looks like. This is me as a younger man, but this is what we get to see. We get to see corals and sponges and the habitat that supports a lot of not just critical creatures like apex predator sharks. And by the way, as a human species, we're killing 100 million sharks a year, mostly for their fins. And these are one of the guardian angels, if you will, that keep our ecosystems healthy by pruning off the animals that maybe are weak or shouldn't reproduce. Then we have crazy, interesting animals like the jumbo octopus, and you just wonder, gosh, how did you ever survive? And then their bigger cousins, the giant Pacific octopus, who in both cases, they don't seem to be afraid of our lights as we come down through the pitch dark. They seem to, in fact, they've even grabbed onto a camera lens in the past, and they allow us to witness them eating and going about their daily life. Uh, this was, I think, 2 years ago, we saw our first ever blue shark with the remotely operated vehicle. Typically, we don't see them. Their numbers are way down, but also they're pretty sensitive. But this particular one let us have a good long viewing. Of interest of late has been really the canary in the coal mine of deep sea corals and sponges. Not only are they spectacularly beautiful, but we have seen some die-offs, and we're trying to work with Peter Etnoyer, a NOAA scientist who will be talking later today about what they can tell us about ocean conditions in terms of perhaps temperature and acidity. Here's a black coral, and you can see it's habitat for a lot of little arrow crabs. It's also little fish are hiding in there, because when you're little, you're breakfast, lunch, or dinner. And so these are critical pieces of ecosystem for smaller animals, and provide still to be determined ecosystem functions. And that's part of what we're working to protect, is understand these organisms and what we need to do to help them recover, such as this giant black sea bass. Now, here's a piece of technology for you. If you can see the video, there's shimmering in the bottom. That is water coming into our underwater camera. But we were so close to this giant black sea bass, we just pressed on in the hopes that the whole thing wouldn't flood and short out, and we barely made it. Then we quickly rushed to the surface. This is a fishable area in Southern California, a real hot spot of abundance. We're not exactly sure why, but we stumble upon these from time to time, and it's very heartwarming. We also see rare animals like this is a California Pacific Electric ray. They shock their prey with 20,000 volts, so they have no predators at all. There are not many of them, but they're really easy to film because they're very slow. And then we'll at times come across incredible coral reefs, and these are not tropical. These are deep water off the state of California. And the bookend of that is some of these reefs, in fact, some of my favorite reefs have disappeared. We had some warm water events that we think, along with Peter Etnoyer of NOAA, have taken out some of these reefs, and we're hopeful cold water will return and they'll come back. The wolf eel, which is really a fish, this guy was a little bit aggressive, and it's not too often that we see him out in the open, but they're pretty magical creatures in and of their own. And then back to the giant Pacific octopus in a coral garden. Kind of sounds like a Beatles song, doesn't it? But that's some of the incredible animals and corals and things that we get to see by going down underwater for effectively months at a time. So we have an action-packed day for you. We hope to educate you and introduce you to some of our friends. I hope you tune in frequently and consider supporting MARE and the work we do and how it benefits us now, but also future generations and the ocean itself. So thank you very, very much for being with us today.
Thank you, Dirk. It's always a pleasure to see all these critters and to remind us why we're all here today, which is to discover and explore and protect the ocean. And we can't do this work without you guys. As Dirk said, and as Kelly said, we have reached 65% of our fundraising goal today. We have a ways to go, but we're getting there. We're very excited. So please go to our website and support MARE, support ocean science. This work is critical more than ever. And now we're going to have a little bit of a MARE movie time. We're going to show 3 videos, so please stay tuned. We're going to show a video about our new boat, the Tomcat, and the work that we're doing in San Francisco Bay. We're also going to show a video about research that we did with the California Department of Fish and Game and fishermen on California sea cucumbers and the fishery around that. And then we're also going to show a video about the monitoring that we're doing in San Francisco Bay. So I'm going to turn it over to the videos. There'll be about 10 to 15 minutes of videos. And then please come back at 11 to continue our ocean discovery. Thank you.
Welcome to the Tomcat. It's a 38-foot catamaran, aluminum, built like a fortress. It does up to 30 knots and gets us from point A to point B very quickly. All right, all aboard! It's our new platform that we're going to be deploying a host of our own robotic systems for surveying and videoing the seafloor, as well as working with other groups to do water quality assessments in San Francisco Bay and other places along the California coast. Here we are in the Richmond Harbor. We're just exploring where we might want to do some video surveys with our newest remotely operated vehicle. This is what MARE does, is we do seafloor reconnaissance with robotic submarines. We survey areas, find out who's living where, and then document that. And especially, we're looking at change over time. Are things improving? Is the ocean health and seafloor biology and ecosystem improving? Is it staying the same? Is it getting worse? And in order to do that, you really have to have eyes on the seafloor and track it over time. This Tomcat will allow us to do that, to be able to go back to places we've surveyed previously and see how they've changed.
Spikes here are actually quite pronounced, and it's one of the reasons why the species is so desired overseas for its appearance, and also the reason why it gets the name Florida sea cucumber.
The sea cucumber fishery is a really unique fishery for California. We work with the fishermen, the nonprofit community, the philanthropic community, agency partners, the academic community, all working together to get information about the fishery. Fishermen are a critical role in everything we do. They're the eyes and ears on the water. We work to make sure the science also works with the fishermen and doesn't impact their ability to make a living from the resource.
Years ago, fishermen had kind of a contentious relationship with Fish and Game, but nowadays that's changed tremendously. Carlos came on the scene a few years ago. He came on with enthusiasm, and that's good to see that, you know, some attention was being given to this fishery.
The Warty sea cucumber dive fishery started off of Catalina Island in the 1980s, and it was really of minor commercial importance until about 2010, when the fishery really took off. And this was all driven by increases in demand, primarily from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Korea.
Around 2011, the sea cucumber market really started to increase. It seemed like every week there's like a new buyer. And then around 2014, 2015, we were starting to see some signs of overfishing. Fish and Game really got serious about looking at our fishery and saying, why is this happening? Why are the landings going down? And that's when the discussion began, does something need to be done about the sea cucumber resource?
We have many concerns over the health of the warty sea cucumber dive fishery right now. It is showing the same trajectory as many of the fisheries around the world that have resulted in basically serial depletion. It can no longer support a sustainable fishery. We use scuba-based surveys to monitor the populations of warty sea cucumber on a seasonal basis, both inside and outside marine protected areas. Without MPAs, we wouldn't be able to determine these seasonal fluctuations. So they play an extremely valuable tool in our monitoring. Where our data sets and the national parks data sets kind of merge and work together is the fact that we have a very long-term idea of the trends of warty sea cucumber around basically the heart of the fishery.
We were seeing changes in populations over time. And the fishermen were telling us that, well, the sea cucumbers move. And well, the fishermen were right, but we didn't know where they were going. That's where MARE comes in. MARE typically does ROV work below where fishermen are diving and below where biologists are collecting data for research.
Having multiple data sets gives you a much more comprehensive picture of what's happening, and it also can reaffirm each data set. So when MARE comes in with our robotic technology and is able to collect data a little bit deeper, we can reaffirm what the divers are seeing or say, something's off here.
Without data, we would not have really justification for enacting measures for this fishery. The stakeholders rely on this resource to make a living.
This type of research and monitoring is extremely important to the public. They're resources for people to go to the park and enjoy just the view, but they're also important for Fish and Wildlife to manage the fisheries in the state of California so we have sustainable fisheries.
This project has been a great example of what a collaborative project can look like, and we're really excited about how the department was able to bring together all of these players to create a project that's very effective in terms of managing our resources.
Now it's great that they're collecting data, we're assisting them with that, and I don't mind telling them where I'm fishing or how much I'm getting. I think sometime down the line, someone will benefit.
I would like to have a small part in bringing together my fellow cucumber fishermen to forge this productive relationship to eventually create a fishery that's sustainable and profitable in the long term.
This is a species that is extremely unique, and we do not have a lot of information for it. So working together is going to be absolutely essential to the future management of this fishery.
Finding that balance between conservation and sustainable use is one of the most challenging things we do at the department. Hopefully this fishery will be around for a very long time, and this research is the first step in ensuring a long-term sustainable fishery.
I hope you enjoyed the videos. We're excited to share our work, and we will be sharing our work all day today. So please tune back in at 11 a.m. Pacific. Same channel, same place. See you soon. Thanks. Welcome back to MARE Day. We are now starting our discovery session, which is discovering blue technology, ocean technology. Very excited to have you all here. And just want to remind everyone that today is about active support for our ocean. We can't do this work without your help, and we hope you can all help participate in reaching our goal today. We'll be posting links in the chat with more information about how you can support ocean science and MARE. And also want to encourage everyone to post questions and comments in the chat throughout the day and throughout our next session. We'll be trying to answer and on all your questions. So please don't hesitate. And now I'm going to pass this on to Dirk to start our Discover Blue Tech session. Thank you. Welcome, Dirk.
Thanks, Natasha. I am really excited to introduce you to two dear friends of mine, Dr. Tierney, a National Geographic explorer, and Brett Hobson, an incredible ocean engineer at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute. They are the power ocean couple with two very ocean-oriented children. So you can read their bios online, but I just want to jump in with you two and ask you a couple of questions, given your different perspectives about ocean. Starting out with a biggie, where can we make the biggest changes to ocean health over the next decade?
Yeah, well, Dirk, thanks for inviting us for this, and a happy birthday. Well, I think it's such an exciting time to be in ocean conservation now. I mean, it's never been more vital, but we have so many tools now to help make big changes. If we look, you say like in the next 10 years, well, 10 years ago, less than 1% of the ocean was protected. And now over the course of these past 10 years, we're up to about, 7.8% of the ocean is protected in some way. That's a huge increase. The ocean is on everyone's radar. But if you dive into that statistic a little bit more, we have about 2.7, less than 3% of the ocean is really solidly protected with MPAs and no-take zones. So we still have a long way to go. The UN has really decreed that they want to safeguard ocean health, we need to protect 30% of the ocean by 2030, and 2030 is right around the corner. So some of the places where there are some really, really exciting advances. One is something called the Blue Nature Alliance, which has just formed fairly recently. It's a bunch of heavy hitters coming together, including Conservation International, the Pew Charitable Trust, the Global Environment Facility, Minderoo Foundation, as well as the Rob and Melanie Walton Foundation. And they've culled together about $125 million to implement some large protection measures that'll cover about 18 million square kilometers. It's almost, 7 million square miles. And they're focusing on, the Fijian Lao area, as well as Antarctica, as well as Tristan da Cunha. So that is with strategic conservation and working with local groups like in Fiji, indigenous cultures. So that's one aspect that's really coming a long way. Strategic tactical conservation, where people are working together instead of big groups trying to do their own thing, coming together. I think probably the biggest area that we will see change is in protecting the high seas. The high seas are half of our planet, and they're 2/3 of the ocean. So if we can protect the high seas, then we will make a massive difference in the health of the ocean. If you look at the high seas, and you sort of work out the economics of it, it looks like there's profit to be made by fishing these far off remote waters with these massive nets that are, you can fit dozens of 747s in a single one of these nets that create all these problems. But if you take out the subsidies, that are bolstering ships to get out to these areas and paying for their gas, if you take out those harmful subsidies and you cost in the amount of human trafficking and essentially slave labor and horrible working conditions, that profit margin disappears. And it's a very, very costly endeavor. Plus, most of the fishes that are being caught out there are going to luxury markets like sushi, and it's not sustainable fish markets. So if we can protect the high seas, and there's groups working very hard at this, like the High Seas Alliance, and making good headway, then we will make a huge change in ocean health.
Brett, you talked to me once about there is a lot of life out there. It's not a desert at all, but it's dynamic, right?
Yeah, well, you look, it's an oligotrophic environment for the most part, and the crystal clear water, it's beautiful, and yet you see, the fishing boats coming back with their tunas and all these apex predators on board. So, what are they feeding? And unfortunately, as those are being fished down, the fishing fleets are looking for the next kind of bounty, and those are, the little myctophids, the kind of the smaller fish, the forage fish that those guys are feeding on, and they're deeper. They're kind of the components of the deep scattering layer, and they're all down there. They're moving about. So the fishing fleets kind of go to areas, general areas that have some upwelling, usually from eddies or something, and they'll just fish those general areas. But it's hard to find them, hard to study them, and that's kind of one of my concerns. Is just we don't really have a good knowledge on the whole system out there. I mean, we're learning all the time of just basic carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle, and how carbon being sequestered and what that baseline really is. So just that pure research of understanding the system, while it's changing, but the sooner we can do that, the better.
And get the baseline, because we are having a huge impact on the high seas right now.
When you talk about the deep scattering layer, how deep is deep?
Well, these are mostly animals that are avoiding predation. So they're down below the photic zone during the day when the sun's shining, because they're kind of they're easy prey from these visual predators. So 200 to 600 meters. So they're diving pretty deep, but of course that's the largest migration on Earth, the vertical migration. The diurnal cycle, as it gets dark, they come up into the surface waters to feed, and the light comes out, and they all move down. It's lots of little, lots of different animals, mostly pretty small ones, but a lot of them. So it's a big biomass, and as they fish the fancy fish out, and they start looking at that, you're not going to see them on a plate, but they'll figure out ways to turn that protein into food for somebody, and we don't know much about it, so it's also not a sustainable fishery.
And Tierney, you talked about how much protection is going on in the ocean, and we're roughly double that on land, right? Is that about correct?
Yeah. I mean, so 90% of the living space on this planet is in the ocean, and so actually it's more like 99. So if you flip that around, we live on 1% of the available living space, and that we have protected about 12% of the land. Protecting land presents a lot of challenges, because this is where we live, and we have different cultures and industries and developing and developing nations, and so land protection measures come with a whole host of complications, and when you look at some place like the high seas, you don't have people living out there, so some of those complications are alleviated, and it gets more into policy making, policing, and protection measures that way, where you're not ousting people from their homelands in order to put in a protective space. So I think our potential for really making strong, measurable, significant, dramatic headway in ocean protection is looking good if we can protect those high seas.
And it's the protecting and policing. It's an immense area. So how do you do that? You don't put a fence around it. But there are tricks, and technology is really going to be key there. Eyes in the sky, unmanned systems in the water, listening stations, all those will work together at some point, but that'll be a big challenge.
Like if you think about Global Fishing Watch, this is a great organization coming together of multiple technologies with satellite surveillance, as well as being able to identify which fishing vessels are where, and when they turn off their positioning
AIS
sensors, that can raise a red flag. But with something like Global Fishing Watch, I mean, you can monitor up almost 4,000 ships at the same time and track them and see where they're going, where they're offloading, if they're doing illegal fishing, so that having these tools now, like we never have before, it's really empowered the possibility of policing what is half the planet, in real time.
Well, wouldn't the challenge just be getting all the way out there? Because you talked about satellites, but there's also surface robotics and subsea robotics. How do you mobilize a fleet that can get there within, even a day, or quickly enough to make a change?
Yeah. Well, that persistence in the ocean is a big challenge for all kinds of robotics. And one of the keys to that is extracting energy from the environment, from the sun, from the wind, from the waves, and recharging systems in situ. Or in the case of the wave glider, using the wave energy to propel yourself out there. But that's a big area for development, and a lot still needs to be done.
And for coastal monitoring, it's fantastic. I mean, you've got all manner of different kinds of drones, underwater, eyes in the sky, and equipping local communities with these technologies and training them, getting them up to speed so that they can troubleshoot them, they can, fix them on the fly and be comfortable with them. That's critical. When it comes to these far off, in the middle of the remotest parts of the Pacific, really have to rely on satellites and machine learning and processing of those big visual data sets to see what's going on and then nail them at the port. Don't spend all your money in your carbon emissions going out after them. Nail them in the port and where they're actually making their transactions, their financial transactions.
Oh, that makes sense. And then, so Brett, when you talked about, wave gliders, like the liquid robotics surface vehicle that uses wave motion to propel itself, or the, what is the wind one called?
Sail drone?
Yeah, sail drone.
So that makes use of wind to navigate around. Would you envision kind of an army of these out there, knowing that the heavy lifting is being done by satellite, but that there would be some local presence as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can tell you here in Monterey Bay, we love satellites, but a lot of the year they can't see the ocean. You've got clouds, and it's obscured. So you need some boots on the ground, we call it, and systems like that will be required.
Or fins in the water.
Yeah.
Fins in the water. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Tierney.
We can also enlist the help of our non-human kin, which I really support, having the voiceless give their voice as to what's important to them. We can't protect the whole ocean as much as we would love to, but if we can equip large megafauna, like ocean sunfish or bluefin tuna or elephant seals, and equip them with increasingly sophisticated satellite tagging technology and sensors, those animals can go out, find the areas that are most important to them, record all the metadata that's so important, the oceanographic data, and then bring that back to us. We can process that and say, okay, well, this is the area. These are the metropolises of the ocean, the non-human centric metropolises. These are the pickup joints, this is the vacation hotspot. This is summer camp for the white sharks, so if we can work with all these marine animals and make the tags easier to carry, less invasive, then they can become our apprentice. They can become our accomplices in helping to protect their home, which protects our home. I mean, we can't be a healthy human species without a healthy ocean. So
I just came back from an expedition in Costa Rica where we tagged about, I want to say about 25 silver-tip reef sharks with an acoustic tag that will last for 10 years. They didn't like being pulled out and on the deck, but they all were put back in the water, very, very healthy. And the researcher in charge was saying that he's installing a bunch of listening stations at seamounts between Costa Rica and the Galapagos, and he thinks they may be using these seamounts not just for feeding, but also for navigating. And so he wanted to research that. And then as I learned more about sharks, I was fascinated to hear about their role as the apex predator. And they have a whole hierarchy there in Costa Rica with the tiger shark at the top. But could you guys talk to the importance of apex predators and why we should care more about the 100 million sharks that we're killing annually for mostly their fins?
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I don't think we should really be too scared of shark bites when we're the ones who are really biting the sharks much harder than they're biting us. But not to I know some people have been bitten by sharks, but we certainly take a bigger bite out of the sharks than they us. Yeah, so sharks are these controlling forces, and a healthy ocean ecosystem has a healthy proportion of these top predators like tunas and like sharks. If you remove those top predators, you're going to have the grazers populations increase in size, and they can overgraze, just like what you see on land. You can see these trophic cascades happen. Like on the the east coast of the U.S., you remove the sharks, and then some of the rays come up and they decimate the scalp fisheries. So you've got a checks and balances when you've got multiple species that are at multiple trophic levels. And when you start taking one whole level away, you get a cascade of effects and unintended consequences. And then you start, when you remove that large portion of biomass, you start fishing down the food web. Well, then if you start taking away all the grazers, then you're going to get algae overtaking your reefs. You're going to get, too much primary productivity there, especially if you're pouring fertilizers and pollutants into the ocean. That's over fertilizing and creating more algae, and that leads to dead zones, hypoxic areas, as the algae decay, and you're sucking oxygen out of the system. So you like John Muir says, you pull on one thread and you're attached to the whole universe. That's a rough paraphrase of one of his famous quotes. And we see this when you start to pull entire populations out, that whole fabric of the ecosystem starts to unravel.
Well, we saw that here in California with the sea star wasting disease. So who knew it, but our sea stars were a dominant seafloor predator,
Yeah.
the sea urchins in check. And when that disease wiped out 99% of them along the West Coast, the sea urchin population skyrocketed, and then they not only grazed a lot of kelp, but they also outcompeted the less nimble abalone. And so that had been a recreational fishery, and that's been closed for 4 years and probably the foreseeable future. So that's kind of an example, right? It just allows one animal to dominate at the expense of other ones.
Yeah, and when you have something like the sea star wasting disease come in, or you had urchin diseases in the Caribbean, it never recovered from that either. But the sea star wasting disease, and then you get all those urchins, and then they go into their zombie mode. You see these urchin barons, and there's no food for them, so they just sort of shut themselves down. They don't die, but they shut themselves down. And they don't have any tasty morsels inside. So the otters are like, oh, we don't want to eat those. They're just a bunch of, calcite plates with spines on them. No, thank you. So they'll go and they'll forage on the urchins that are eating the kelp and are rich with bro inside. So meanwhile, you've got all these urchins that aren't dying, and they're occupying all that space. And they'll resurrect when they get a little bit of food. But yeah, no, it's a big problem. And our kelp is really suffering from it. Kelp, of course, the kelp forests provide these massive habitats for, hundreds and hundreds of rock fish species and more.
Yeah, three-dimensional habitat like sequoias of the ocean.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brett, I had another question for you. You mentioned something about eddy field hotspots. Can you define what that is for our audience?
Well, we were talking about the open ocean and where are the hot spots here close to shore. We'll go to the shelf break. We'll go to these zones that are kind of create upwelling or some frontal boundary, and those are the hot spots. But as you move offshore, where the bottom drops away and no longer really influences the surface currents. It turns out that these big ocean eddies are the disturbances required to bring nutrients up to the surface. So that's where these upwelling events happen, are on the edges and parts of these open ocean eddies. And that's it's a moving system, and they're you can see them very well with satellite altimetry. Again, relying on our eyes in the sky, they're remote, difficult to study, but that's where the open ocean ecosystems thrive, is on those boundaries. And it's at the counterclockwise eddies, the surface depresses. It allows the nutrient-rich waters to come up into the photic zone where all the nutrients have been consumed. And as they come up, it creates a little upwelling. You get the nutrients, you get sunlight, phytoplankton, then the grazers and the apex predators. Everybody's kind of focused on that new feeding source.
So you have a different cafeteria for all different animals out there? I mean, even the big ones?
Well, it starts at the bottom, with the nutrients, the small plankton. But then it quickly works right up. You get the squid and myctophids and these other forage fish eating that, and then they become the targets of the bigger ones. You get a phase lag as they grow, but that is the source. It starts there.
What's so cool, what I love is that you can actually see these frontal zones with satellites, like synthetic aperture radar. So just a terrific tool. You can actually see frontal systems via satellite. And with that kind of, power, then we can, you can track those. And there is, a really hot idea right now. It's hard to implement, but it's this idea of dynamic marine conservation where, like Brett said, you have these mobile areas. You live in the ocean, your house has wheels. It's you have a mobile address. It's not just you live in this one Latin long. Maybe you do if you're a coral reef fish, but offshore, your address is at the whim of these eddies and these mobile water masses. So if you can track those And you know that's where a spawning aggregation is going to happen, or that's where some really important marine processes are happening. You can protect it, but then you don't have to protect that area the whole time. You'd only find seasonally when that's the most important time to protect it, like a migration corridor, leatherback sea turtles, things like this. So there are some already dynamic marine protection measures in place, but we can up that. The more we find out using the tools that Brett's talking about and getting these baselines and understanding these movements, then we can better hone our ability to dynamically protect the ocean as well.
We were part of a project with sea cucumber fishery here in California. So the sea cucumbers were overfished kind of in concentric rings around Asia. And down in Santa Barbara, there was a thriving fishery because at a certain time, the sea cucumbers, it's hard to think of slugs kind of migrating, but they did get much denser in the shallower waters where divers could get them. So it's worth $5 a piece, a big warty sea cucumber. So they were pretty lucrative fishery. And then it was discovered that that was during a mating aggregation. And the fishermen lobbied to have the fishery shut down during that time.
Yeah.
Preserve kind of the capital of that stock so that it would be around longer and not get exterminated. And that was, I guess, a great case for marine reserves. There was no fishing allowed at any time at those addresses, those fixed locations in marine reserves. So they were the ones who regenerated that sea cucumber population. And now the laws are working in concert with your dynamic marine conservation.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of times when you see those aggregations, they're getting stuff done for the species, and you want to let them leave them in peace, let them do what they need to do, as well as who you decide gets caught. Like in the ocean, it's great to be an old fat female fish. Old fat female fish are the ones that are cranking out more young, and the young that they crank out are more viable than the young skinny females. So it really rocks to be an old fat female in the ocean when it comes to fish. And those are the ones you want to protect, So you have to know qualitatively and quantitatively and geospatially where to put our protective measures.
So that leads me to kind of our last series of questions. So when you look at where we are now, what tools are you most excited about? Maybe emerging tools, and those could be thoughts or policies going forward.
You want to?
No, go for it.
Well, there's a whole host. I mean, we've talked about a bunch of them. A lot of it is this may seem odd, but getting a better understanding of the psychology of humans. If you really want to protect the ocean, you should get a degree in psychology. I tell all the students I mentor now, I'm like, if you believe in ocean conservation, double major in biology and psychology. And I think we are getting a better understanding of what motivates human behavior and decision making and behavioral change. So I'm fascinated by that, and I think we're making great headway in understanding behavioral change. When it comes down to more sort of traditional or innovative marine protection technology, things like the advent of eDNA, environmental DNA, so we can actually get censuses of who's living where. Even when they're not there, they leave behind. The beauty of eDNA is that an animal will leave behind a wake of its presence, and it doesn't have to be there. And we can just go and take a water sample and say, oh my gosh, look, these actually do exist, and probably in these kinds of numbers. So we can get more accurate representation of who's living where and when. Certainly our satellite technology has gotten better and better, and our machine learning and ability to crank through big data sets. And we are working strategically with like the High Seas Alliance. Case in point, it's 40 different NGOs along with the IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, all coming together with a single focus. And, you know, like the Blue Nature Alliance and Mission Blue. So we have all these organizations that are being tactically smart and pulling the public in, showing the public where they can play a part. They can have such a huge impact with their choices that they make at the market, the people they vote into power. You know, citizen science is going through the roof right now with iNaturalist, and you know, we're finding new species all the time by pulling people in. So those are some of the tools I'm most excited about. And of course, satellite tags are getting better and better, and acoustic tags.
So we have a question. Can you guys see the question that came in? That's a really good question about fishing industry. You want, or I can read it to you if you want.
Okay, we got it here.
Okay.
Okay, so the question is, how will we be able to prevent the fishing industry from using the technology you talk about, from using it to the detriment rather than preservation?
And of course they do. They use the satellite imagery to see where the eddies are and the frontal boundaries, and yeah,
but there are time lags that are implemented. With scientists will implement time lags for their data sets too. So that that is part of it. I mean, not all of these data are publicly available. You know, like I know with SAR, you have to put in proposals to get those data, and those proposals have to be peer reviewed. So, but when we're talking real time, like with Global Fishing Watch, I don't know if that the level of resolution, some of it's available to the public, but the high level resolution isn't widely available. So I know there are some safeguards put in there.
yeah, and there could be more. Just that time lag, not having real time up. I mean, anybody can learn about the system and see what's happening with a delay, but you can't use it for the advantage of going to a spot and fishing. Some of the, you know, the other technologies that are providing us open ocean access with robotics, that's you know, those data come in, and the papers that are published, you know, there's a big lag, so that's not helping them. But the real time is a concern.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a concern too, as we were quantifying who was living where in marine reserves, and parts of it were publicly funded by the state of California, Department of Fish and Wildlife, is through the Freedom of Information Act. You could demand to see those results, and it's a dilemma because, of course, it is the public that supports it, and then there's very savvy fishermen out there in what I consider our national trust that are harvesting the bounty, and so it's a dilemma going forward. How do you, I guess, meter out the information to educate, but not harm those resources?
Well, and then you just have to have stronger implementation, protection measures implemented, so that you know, the data are out there. But if they're not legal, they're not supposed to be fishing those species, then they get you know, punished if they do. So yeah, it's all about policing these large areas.
So besides boning up on anthropology and psychology, what are some ideas that you would advise us to do? Like, if a couple of things that we could each do to promote ocean health.
Well, do you want to go?
No.
There's a lot, and there's different, you know, we say the ocean's dying a death of 1,000 cuts. There's 1,000 solutions, and every one of them is a win-win. So, you know, we know that we are raising the temperature of the ocean and dropping the pH, making it more difficult for calcium carbonate creatures to make their shells. And so, you know, switching to renewables and reducing our carbon footprint, that's huge. It's a win-win across the board. Being really conscious and knowing that when you say, are you going to have fish for dinner? Not all fish are created equal. Fish are so vastly different. Fish, the first fish appeared over 500 million years ago, and we have 36,000 species, and they're all so different, and they all fulfill such different functional roles that you really need to know what species you eat, and to be conscientious about eating very low on the food chain. Don't eat a top predator. You don't eat a tiger. Why would you eat a shark or a bluefin tuna? It's like eating a tiger. Takes a huge amount of biomass to make that one bluefin tuna. So eat low on the food chain. And you don't even need to eat fish, really. Do you need to eat fish? Maybe you want to give up fish. But I know lots of people, their livelihood revolves around having to get fish having to catch fish. So, and have that as a protein source. But really be conscious about what kind of fish you're eating. Also, when it comes to plastic pollution, we have all heard of the great garbage patches that are now in every single ocean basin. What we wear sheds from our body into our washing machines, out our dryer vents, and those little microfibers get into everything in the ocean, everything from the copepods up, and we end up eating those plastic fibers. And they're not just physical obstruction, they actually can attract pollutants like DDTs and PCBs. So we're actually poisoning ourselves by wearing clothing that's made from petroleum and having the little microfibers get into our water streams and out into the ocean. So choosing our clothing wisely is a huge thing we can do, and have a lot of fun with it. I mean, I'm wearing wool and organic cotton. And so when these fibers come off of my clothing, they will degrade into a nutrient instead of a pollutant. And so that's another big project I'm working on, is searching the world for sustainable textiles, and trying to show that there are exciting alternatives out there. So what we clothe, how we travel, what we eat, and then what we teach our kids, and getting them out there in the ocean, having them love the ocean, because you've got to love it before you really will protect it with a passion.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up sea literacy, because we certainly need help in sciences and policy and governance, enforcement. What would you advise? Hopefully the youngsters are back in school right now, but if they are happening to watch, what would you tell somebody who's, say, in middle school or high school?
Just stay curious, ask questions, figure out how the system works, who's living out there, what's just in your backyard, what whales are they seeing out there this week? What are the currents? What's the temperature? Just kind of being aware of your ocean backyard.
There's a great program called Seek. It's like the kids' version of iNaturalist, and they can download that and start cataloging all the bugs and if they go tide pooling, all the crazy critters and nemeridines and eels and octopus that they find. And if they don't know what it is, they can just post a picture, and there's a whole arsenal of experts that can help identify it within minutes sometimes. We found a whole new species of ocean sunfish that's stranded on the shores of Santa Barbara because someone uploaded it into iNaturalist. And the person who had discovered that species, Mayan Nygaard, saw it and was like, my gosh, that species usually is only down in Australia and in the Southern Hemisphere. And what's it doing up in Santa Barbara? And that's just because someone was out on the beach combing, they saw it, they uploaded it onto iNaturalist. So using the technology to connect everybody, but not being so immersed in the screens that you're not actually seeing the real world. So I think getting people outside, especially kids, getting their feet wet, getting them the sand between their toes, it's important.
That's good. I've been pretty impressed by a lot of the youth of today, just how passionate they are about climate change.
Oh, yeah.
And it's something they're going to inherit. And how do we, as we're becoming the old guard, how do we empower them to do that?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think what do we want to be remembered for, by all the things we've destroyed, or by all the things we've created and nurtured and brought to a thriving condition? I think when we think legacy, how do we want to be remembered as that species with that one layer of plastic in the fossil stratum, the technofossils that we left behind? Or is our age going to be the age of abundance and ecological restoration and rejuvenation? Personally, I want the latter.
Yes, well, you caused a whole bunch of questions. Let me read you the first one. You mentioned many large fishing vessels are subsidized and wouldn't be economically sustainable if they weren't.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the biggest subsidizers of these vessels?
Well, you can look at the main five countries that are putting them out there. So you've got Spain, China, Japan,
Indonesia.
Yeah, some of this. But and the EU has provided harmful subsidies, lots of harmful subsidies. I mean, it's upwards of about $4 billion a year. And that's just to pay for gas, because there's a strong lobby of fishermen who are putting politicians into power, and they want to be protected. And so those subsidies come in to pay for the gas, the fuel. Otherwise, it wouldn't be economically viable. So yeah.
And it's dirty fuel. It's some of the dirtiest burning fuel we have. So the climate impact is tremendous.
Oh, it is massive. And then the ghost nets that are left behind, which just keep fishing. So the detritus that's left behind, the debris, the marine debris. So between that and then just the horrible working conditions where these vessels, the fishermen are picked up in Myanmar, and then they're not allowed to get off the ships for upwards of 4 to 5 years. I really encourage listeners to look at Ian Urbina's work on the Outlaw Ocean, where he goes into great detail about the human cost of industrialized fishing, and it's absolutely heart-wrenching. But his work is really making headway and putting it on the radar of governments across the world. So I hope they look at Ian Urbina. He's doing phenomenal reporting.
Tierney, you've also generated a lot of interest in clothing because you're modeling some right now. I think we have a couple more questions. Are there places that make resources like finding sustainable textiles a bit easier for people? Or at this point, is this something that individuals have to navigate and figure out on their own?
Oh, well, I'm so glad you asked that, because that's the project I'm working on. But there are some really good places that you can look. There's like the Textile Atlas sort of gives you a nice overview of different kinds of textiles that are out there. There's let's see, what the green textiles. Let's see, but my project, well, I haven't launched it formally, so it's around the world in 80 fabrics. But so you can stay tuned on that portal, which will be launching next month. And there's let's see, the what's the one I'm blanking on? Textile Atlas. Oh, I don't know why I'm blanking on all of them. There's the Sustainability Index, textile sustainability. And, Dirk, what I will do is, why don't I just send you a list of reliable, good sources so people can click on those and they can see. But it is, the reason I started my project was that it's kind of all over the board. There's a lot of places that are doing it, but there's no real central portal.
And just because they say organic,
yeah, there's a lot of greenwashing. companies will say that they have a biodegradable material, and all they have to have is like 10% organic material in it to then be able to say that they're a biomaterial. And when, in point of fact, they may have created a monstrous hybrid that's even harder to recycle. So so there's no place that's kind of putting them all together, but there are definitely some really good groups out there. And I will send a list to you, so it's easy for your listeners to click on them.
That'd be fantastic, because another person wrote in and said that sometimes labels are misleading, and so how.
Oh yeah.
So
especially when it comes to cotton.
What was the name of your portal or the thing you're starting next month? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, it's called Around the World in 80 Fabrics. Yeah. And it's we're making a quilt, we're making a book, we'll have a big social media feed, and also a podcast. So that's all coming.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to be with us, and generate so many new ideas and thoughts and expose us to kind of current and technologies and those coming down the pike and big ideas. This was really exciting for me, and I learned a lot. I have a copious amount of notes here, and these are being recorded. So please tell your friends to watch Tierney and Brett. And we hope you'll join us I think it's about an hour, with Dr. Peter Etnoyer, who's going to talk about deep sea corals and the impact of the BP oil blowout, and the value of having baselines in place to be able to assess damage, and bring guilty parties to the table to pay reparations. So thank you very much, Natasha.
Well, thank you, Dirk, for starting MARE, and Natasha for organizing all of this today. So thank you.
Thank you, Dirk, Tierney, and Brett. Incredible work really happening in our ocean. And I'm so excited about all of this technology that we're talking about. And as you all said, we have the knowledge, we have the technology, and now we need the political will and the public push really to make these things happen. And the time is now. We've got the technology, and we're really excited to learn about what everyone else is doing, and to share with you guys what MARE is doing as well. So I just want to thank you all for coming, and also just give you a little update. You guys can stay on if you'd like. I'm just going to be a couple minutes here. We have 2 more sessions coming up, and we hope you will join us at 1 o'clock Pacific and 3 o'clock Pacific to talk about blue parks and deep sea ecology, and 5 o'clock for our celebration and MARE-garitas. And I just wanted to really thank all of the support. As you guys have been talking, we have been getting donations all day. We've reached 70%, 74% of our goal for MARE Day. I'm really excited, and MARE is extremely fortunate to work with amazing partners. We work with the state of California, NOAA, the Monterey Bay Aquarium, others. And in order for us to really advance our tools and the hardware and ROV technology that we use, and the data analysis piece, we have constant research and development. And in order for that to happen, we really rely on individual donors like you all that are watching today to expand those capacities. There are scientific advances in technology like we just talked about, and there's new advancements in artificial intelligence and AI technology that MARE is working on to advance our capacities. But in order to do this, we need your support. So please continue to listen today and support ocean science, and we will see you all at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to MARE Day. We are going to be starting our next session, which is about deep sea corals and deep sea protection. We had 2 great sessions this morning already, kicking off our MARE Day. And so all of you know, these sessions will be recorded and available. So please check our website in the next few days if you are interested, if you missed anything. We are 3/4 of the way towards our goal today. This is MARE's anniversary. We are celebrating 18 years of ocean exploration and want to thank everyone who has supported MARE over the last few days. We're almost there, but we can't do this work without you. We have a bunch of great raffle prizes if you donate. So please go to our website and check out the different art, ocean art, and whale watching and surf gift certificates. Lots of fun prizes, lots of fun ways to donate. So I'd like to introduce our next session here about deep sea protection. I'm going to introduce Andy, who's our Director of Science and Operations from our Eureka office, and Peter Etnoyer, Dr. Peter Etnoyer, who is a deep sea biologist specializing in the taxonomy and ecology of deep sea corals. He serves as the lead for the Deep Sea Coral Ecology Lab at NOAA's Centers for Coastals and Ocean Sciences. He also serves as an adjunct professor at College of Charleston and conducts benthic surveys of deep sea habitats throughout basically everywhere, the Northeast Pacific, Gulf of Mexico, Caribbean, and Atlantic. And he's going to be talking about some of his work around the country. And if Andy and Peter can join us, that would be great. Thank you, Andy and Peter. And don't forget to unmute and take it away, Andy.
All right. Thank you, Natasha. Hey, Peter. So thank you for joining us here today. Excited to have this little discussion about deep sea corals and the work that we've been doing. Obviously, you know, we've been working together since about 2012. It's been just an amazing learning process for me in terms of knowing what a deep sea coral was. I've always had an understanding what shallow water corals were, but you know, what a deep sea coral is. And I think today discussing that'll be kind of a unique experience for everyone. So thank you again for joining us.
Sure.
So let's just, yeah. So let's just kick this off. Can you just tell us about deep sea corals? Like I said, you know, what is a deep sea coral and why are they important?
Sure enough. You know, I could take 2 approaches to this question. I could either talk about it scientifically, or I could talk to you about, you know, how the fishermen see deep sea corals. And they were some of the first ones to encounter these animals in the deep water. As some people might know, you know, trawling, deep sea cables have been around for 100 years or so. And when they pulled up these cables from the deep sea, or when they pulled up the trawl nets, every once in a while, they'd find things that looked very familiar, but wouldn't be expected down there in the deep sea. And so deep sea corals are referred to by the fishermen as the trees of the seas. And I've always kind of liked this expression because they do have very similar ecosystem function. You know, they can grow pretty large in the deep sea. Pretty large is a meter and a half tall, not like the trees we have on land, but they're often have fish hiding out in the branches. They have shrimps on them, crabs on them, brittle stars. So there's a whole ecosystem that revolves around these branching structures. And they provide the same kind of structure and refuge to the animals in the deep sea that, you know, the tree branches provide to fishes and squirrels and stuff on land. So they're important ecologically. Scientifically, they're very similar to the ones you see in a scuba diving magazine or a snorkeling magazine. Pretty much all the different kind of corals that you can see in the shallow water, the scleractinian stony corals, the sea fans, and the black corals, they also exist down in the deep sea, but they're adapted, of course, to a very different type of environment. The temperatures down there are typically between like 4 and 10 degrees Celsius. So about as cold as your refrigerator. And they don't get light down there. It's pretty dark. So they rely instead on the particular organic matter or the plankton that rains down from the surface. So this is a key difference between the deep sea corals and the shallow water corals. The shallow ones have the symbiotic zooxanthellae. The deep ones have a whole microbial assemblage that we're still learning about. But we know that even though they exist in the deep sea down to 8,000 meters, actually, there is this connection to the surface environment. And that's important to understand for their health and also just to predict where they might occur.
Well, and you described essentially, sort of the forests of the seafloor, if you will, the short trees, Joshua trees, or however you want to describe them. But, as their shallow water cousins would go, how do they grow? I mean, the growth rates, I imagine when it's this cold, dark, and deprived of some of the nutrients and sunlight that you would expect in the shallows, I imagine growth rates then are incredibly slow as well.
Yes, they can be very slow, and we're still trying to get a handle on this. The best way to figure it out is to actually collect a sample, take it back to the lab, and do all kinds of radiochemistry and stuff. What we've learned is that just like the shallow corals, many of them are decades to hundreds of years old, and some colonies have even proven to be literally thousands of years old. So as far as I can tell, they both grow slowly, but different types of corals can grow actually pretty quickly. So you got to know which species you're working with. But yeah, they do grow on the order of centimeters per year at their fastest.
Oh, well, that's actually quite a bit then. Okay. Well, so now that we understand, the difference kind of between a deep sea coral and the shallow water corals, what we're seeing changes then in these communities based on what we're seeing in the changing ocean, whether that be climate change, warming, that kind of a thing. Are you seeing any of that, or how's that going?
Yeah, well, this has been a question as a marine biologist and a conservation biologist. I consider myself a conservation biologist as well. It's always been important to me to understand whether marine protected areas can really protect corals from all the challenges they face. And climate is definitely one of those where we work together in Channel Islands and Southern California. We have a really kind of a unique and dynamic environment. We've had the warm water heat waves that we've found go quite deep. They can go to 100, 150 meters for a couple days, not like they do in the surface where they last for weeks and months. But also, there's the threat of ocean acidification, which comes from more and more CO2 in the atmosphere. It's absorbed into the oceans, and it's also transported in the Atlantic very quickly at the poles down to the deep sea. So once again, although we think of the deep sea as this kind of isolated environment, there are these rapid connections between the surface and the deep sea, depending on where you are in the world, of course. Pacific, as we've learned, is one of those areas where there is no ventilation. There's no water sinking at the poles. It's an acidified ocean at the end of the global conveyor belt. So we have found that the corals growing there in this acidified environment present themselves very differently than the same species growing in the Atlantic, where the levels of aragonite saturation are higher, and the pH is also lower. And there they'll thrive and form hills and mounds that go on for kilometers. But what we've seen in California, that same species will grow to be, barely the size of your hand. We didn't even know it was the same species until we were able to collect this using the beagle and get some DNA that confirmed, yeah, you have the same species here, but one is growing in an acidified environment and the other one is growing in a more basic environment.
You're talking, this would be the Lophelia species then, right? And I think you had a paper out that kind of sort of coined a term for that sort of loss. I think it was coral porosis, or?
Coralloporosis, they were calling it. A lot like the osteoporosis that can affect older people. When you have, reduced calcium and increased pH, you can get more porosity in the skeleton. And that porosity makes it very fragile, easy to break. And this turns out, this is what we think, that's the reason we don't get these reefs forming in California. They just naturally form these smaller clusters, put more energy into feeding maybe than they do building their skeletons. Whereas out here on the Atlantic, it's a very different story. They have enough strength in those branches to just keep growing on top of each other till you get literally, a large mound or a hill of these branching stony corals.
Well, in your experience, so we see these large mounds of corals, and as far as richness and diversity, are we seeing that these tend to be spots where other organisms also aggregate and become sort of, I guess, hotspots for sort of biodiversity?
Absolutely. That's a good description for it. They create so many little nooks and crannies that it just provides a lot of refuge for the invertebrates that probably serve as a food source to the mobile fishes that are down there. And also, we see some types of cat sharks laying their eggs on these corals. We found that squid and octopus can also lay their eggs on these corals. It gets them up off the seafloor, away from the predators. It makes it a little hard to get at, but definitely hotspots of biodiversity, and more. And at NOAA, we're using deep sea corals as kind of a proxy for biodiversity in the deep sea. A lot of work has been done on the sand and the infaunal creatures, the little worms and urchins and gastropods and things that can live in those sediments. But we're just starting to learn about the hard bottom habitats and the types of animals that can grow on those. But where we find those hard bottom habitats, we often find corals growing there and sponges as well. And these, form that important structure for all the associated animals.
Well, and I imagine that these habitats then are very, obviously being sensitive to the acidification, but then when you think about some of the fishing pressures that might be put upon them, if it's trawling or even just some anchors, could be quite devastating into these habitats.
That's right. That's right. We used to think of bottom trawling as the only major threat. And we have seen examples of this in the Atlantic. NOAA writ large has been studying oculina reefs, which are down there around 50 to 150 meters off the Atlantic. And this is a hotspot for fishing, right? Okay, the depth zone is right. The Gulf Stream is there. Yeah. But when they trawled over it, they went back, the people who did this work, and the area is flattened. So there's no more structure. There's no more branches for the animals to hide in. No more base of the food web for these mobile predators. So bottom trawling is, we consider it a destructive type of fishing. Now the fishermen have found ways to use these nets more responsibly, right? They have a lot of control. Just knowing that the corals are down there has been very useful. We find the fishermen, they understand these habitats are important to their target species. So we've had a lot of support actually from the fishermen to protect these kind of habitats where they occur. Definitely the bottom trawlers, they are not looking for rocky, complex habitat. Nice, sandy,
very expensive nets. Yeah.
That's right. Very expensive nets.
Yeah, but I know when we've been out before, we've seen, even like long lines that will get themselves wrapped around rocks and choke to point where it rips things off. And so I know it all has sort of an impact, but as far as the work that you're doing, we're seeing the management and fisheries responses are starting to merge together, where management decisions are made based on areas of high biodiversity hotspots, if you will, and fishermen now are beginning to stay out of those areas, understanding the value and importance of them. And
that's right. And it's all types of fishing, not just the longliners and the trawlers, but pots and traps, for sablefish, which are
Mhm.
very deep occurring fish, and we observe those in these habitats. They have a very small footprint, right? But over the years, if you're going back to the same spot over and over again, it could do some damage. But I don't know if a lot of people know this, but only, 12 years ago, they revised the Magnuson-Stevens Sustainable Fisheries Conservation Act to include deep sea corals as what we call essential fish habitat. So before that time, the fishing management councils didn't have this tool in order to delineate these habitats and limit the types of fishing that occur there. And at NOAA, we support fisheries. We support sustainable fisheries. So we want people to be able to access these habitats, but be able to do so responsibly without leaving their gear behind.
No, exactly. Well, then that's maybe a little great segue to go into sort of the coral work that we've been doing around the Channel Islands, in partnership with you and the sanctuary, looking at that. So you want to just tell us about that work and sort of a subset of what we've been doing?
Yeah, sure enough. So Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary is about one of a dozen sanctuaries we have around the country. It's situated right at the intersection of two major currents, the California current, which is coming down from the north, and the Davidson current is coming up from the south. And so it turns out to be one of these biological hotspots that's driven by the oceanography, but also by the broad, shallow shelf around the Channel Islands and the islands that stick up out of the water there. Down below, we have canyons, mounds, ridges, all these features that we're just starting to discover. Although the sanctuary's been around like 20 years or so, we're still mapping. It's hard to map, especially in these kind of shallow intermediate waters. But where we do get that work done, we're seeing more rocky features and learning how to access them and survey them in a repeatable fashion. And when we go down and when we look in the 50, 150 meter zone, where there's a rocky ridge, there's going to be some kind of, epifauna, whether it's corals or sponges, but also, the abundant and beautiful rockfish that occur there. And those are often found with the corals, but they're also found without the corals. So we don't understand the relationship yet between the fish and the corals, but we know the corals grow slowly. They're hard to replace. They have a value in their own, and that they're very common and conspicuous down there in the deep waters. And so the work we've been doing is to map these out very finely, right? So we match the biology data to our geology data, and we can tell you exactly how many corals were observed on any dive and how big they were and what species there were. But what's really cool about the work is that we can carry it forward with habitat suitability models, right? So where we say, hey, when we saw this at this depth pointing in this direction, we tended to find a lot of large corals and a lot of fish. We can look using these maps to find other places similar to that, and we can predict that these habitats will occur there as well. And then we go back with the MARE's Beagle ROV, and we take some pictures to verify that and get some samples to bring back to the lab. So we've learned there's just a whole world of diversity down there, and it's a sensitive habitat, right? Very sensitive. It's not the kind of thing that you can take for granted. So it's important that we need to know where these are, be able to share that information. This is all public. We put our data in we have a database where people can go and see where they are in case they want to sample or incorporate them into fishing maps, and identify them as a snag or a fishing hazard.
Well, this is something that obviously you've noticed the same thing since we started this work. The Channel Islands really didn't have a sense of where any of that habitat was. You've had some pretty coarse bathymetry maps, which would just tell you that there was a big, deep depression, but really what it was constructed of in terms of rock or just mud slope, wasn't available. And so I know that over the last, what do you say, 5 years, that the mapping around the Channel Islands has really allowed for that development of, like you said, the model-based approach to really expanding out what we know, because we now have that mapping. And so I think that's showing that sort of technological side of things, where the technology to go out and actually get these high resolution maps becoming more available, combined with, being able to go down and actually visually survey what's in those areas and then come back and model that is like you said, helping to put forward those things. And then again, like EFH's essential fish habitats, as you will, that are protected, it's driven by your work and our work together. So that's good. That's a very good point about the Channel Islands. I know that the Channel Islands became another interesting spot for climate change. We're still always looking for that sort of that signature. If anything that you've gleaned from any of the work that we've done so far?
Yeah, absolutely. One thing at the top of the list is just it's a great place to work. There aren't a lot of places you can get from shore to the deep sea in 4 hours. Out here on the East Coast, we got to go overnight, even to get into deep water. So, it's got this cold, highly productive water, this dramatic topography, and some of the features there go all the way down from 300 meters, so about 900 feet, all the way up to about 40 meters, right? And one of those we call the Footprint Ridge, and it's right next to Piggy Bank, which is
beautiful spot.
Yeah, really great. Covered with corals and sponges, lots of fish, and we were able to deploy temperature loggers there. So usually when we go out, we just take an instantaneous measure of the temperature. Okay, well, it was July and it was 12 degrees, but we didn't know what's happening in January or February. But deploying these loggers, we got a record every 5 minutes or so. And what we learned is, as expected in the deep sea, temperatures are really stable. As expected in the shallower waters, the temperatures are more dynamic. But where we really opened our eyes, I think, was in this middle range. We would see these excursions, these heat waves that would last a week or so. So thanks to the MARE team and the ROV Beagle, we were able to collect about a dozen small Gorgonian colonies, bring them back here alive to our lab in Charleston, South Carolina, and actually, subject them to different temperatures for different, time periods. And what we learned is that excessive temperatures for only 4 or 5 days are enough to cause permanent damage and that they won't recover. What we also learned is it doesn't get quite that hot down where we're seeing the animals, right? If it did, we probably wouldn't be seeing them there. But we are close. There is a threshold. We know what that threshold now is. It's around, if I recall, it was like around 12.5 degrees or maybe 15. But if it gets that warm for too long down in the deep sea, we would expect long-lasting damage, right? So now we know that threshold, we know how to measure it. We've still got loggers out there. So if we were to see some warming event that lasted unusually long, we would be able to go back and verify whether the threshold holds up in the deep sea. But fortunately, the corals that are down there seem to be doing okay so far, and we don't reach these temperatures.
Well, good. And then this is where all monitoring and being able to go out there regularly to check this kind of thing, just to make sure that what you're learning in the lab does apply to actual field applications. So no, that's great. Well, that actually sort of moves us into the other work that you do. If we jump now all the way to the Gulf, do you want to talk to us a little bit about the projects you have going in the Gulf following that Deepwater Horizon spill?
Yeah, sure enough. So I started at NOAA back in 2010. And I don't know if you recall, but that's when the Deepwater Horizon oil spill happened. And I remember standing in the airport, looking at the TV, and they're talking about it's in the deep sea. and they can't stop the oil spill. That's when I realized, oh my gosh, this is about to become my job, right? That's what I was hired to do, and I did my PhD in the Gulf of Mexico there at Texas A&M. So we knew there were corals down there, and we knew where they were. There were some experiments already in place. So as in April was the spill, I think we got in there 6 months later and checked out the injuries. The first teams went down to the very deep sea where the wellhead was actually gushing out of the seafloor at 1,500 meters. And they were noticing this plume that was above the seafloor and impacting the seafloor. And when they went to look at the corals, they had suffered some pretty severe injury. They took samples. They were able to fingerprint the oil that was on the corals and match it back to the Macondo well 252. So that was very important and fundamental work. Then we realized that, but wait, there's also all this oil on the surface and this huge slick that's visible from space, right? So because the animals are feeding on this surface plankton, we figured there's got to be a connection. Basically, what's happening is we have oil and dispersants being applied onto the plankton that's then raining down in these mesophotic reefs, which are about 50 to 100 meters deep, where we work a lot in the Channel Islands, that same depth zone. So when we went down and looked at those rocky reefs, we did see about half of the sea fans had suffered some level of injury. And we compared this to pre-spill conditions, and we found that more like 5–10% of the colonies had some level of injury. And our work out in the Channel Islands has confirmed this, that we expect maybe 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 colonies to have some kind of overgrowth or maybe some tissue loss. But there is, we have used Channel Islands. It's like always to check our assumptions, If we see this here, we go look there. Yep, it's there too. So that's good to know. But now's come the time for restoration. All this science was put together, and we got the largest environmental settlement ever, $21 billion from British Petroleum Company. And there's a 15-year duration to the restoration work, and we're in year 1 right now. So we're starting to plan our activities. Those activities will, involve revisiting the sites where the oil spill occurred, see if these colonies have improved in condition or they've declined in condition. It could go either way, right? But we're hoping they recovered. We take heart in the fact that about half the colonies were still okay. There were some young recruits there, some small corals that we expect would grow back. But in order to restore these reefs directly, we have to propagate these deep sea corals in the lab and then transplant them back in the deep sea. The other way to do it is to put down some structures, like some artificial reefs that might recruit new corals. We've documented about 100 to 200 corals in 3 different species that we know were injured. So our short term, and by short term I mean for the next 7 years, we're going to try and directly compensate the injury that was done by the Deepwater Horizon. And the next 7 years after that, we're going to try and scale that up. And we'll be working with a broad group of partners, academic experts, different ROV teams like MARE, different kinds of projects involving mapping, modeling, habitat assessment. We're going to try and directly restore these reefs, but also protect ones that are similar, like Flower Garden Bank National Marine Sanctuary. They've got similar aggregations, and then we'll use the models to find new ones that we didn't even know about. So we have an approach for direct restoration and then an approach for mitigation. And that work's just starting now. And frankly, I just want to thank you, Andy, and the whole MARE team, because if we hadn't have had these opportunities to collect the corals, keep them alive, and test, some of these exposures of temperature and ocean acidification, we wouldn't be set up to do the work the way we are now. So it's been a great and very fruitful collaboration.
Oh no, it's been, for us, it's so educational. I came into this knowing a lot about shallow water species, but as the years have gone on, my understanding now of deep water species, and it just sort of opened my eyes to their importance, and their sensitivities. And so that's an interesting. So at the deep water horizon, you were able to then, I guess, sort of litigate a little bit for the restoration aspect. What was the driving force behind that? Obviously, you said you could show injury, but you had to have then something to compare to, and so that baseline, I think, is what you were referring to.
Absolutely, absolutely, and you don't have that everywhere. The Gulf of Mexico is U.S. major industrial basin, right? We have oil and gas. We have major fisheries for shrimp coming out of the Gulf of Mexico and oysters. So there are areas where we do have lots of pre-spill surveys, definitely for snapper and grouper, right? The fisheries departments have been looking for those kind of fish and new reefs to manage or to know about. And, we couldn't have really made the assessment without knowing that baseline and not knowing how to get that baseline. Now in Channel Islands, I mean, come on, you guys got 4 oil rigs right outside the sanctuary boundaries. I don't think they're operational anymore now.
No, they haven't been active for a while, yeah.
Right, but you had that Refugio oil spill. Remember that? Was that like 4 years ago or something?
I think so. I think that was when they shut the last ones down, yeah.
Yeah, so now we know that these corals we call them sentinel species, right? It's hard to go out and count the fish because they move around a lot. But the corals, they're pretty much going to stay put, we hope. And when they are exposed to oil, exposed to pollutants like pesticides, or even, the dispersant, which is probably the real problem in the Gulf of Mexico. Our experiments have shown that the dispersant is just highly toxic. They're somewhat adapted to the oil on its own and have mechanisms to defend some amount of that. But, there's a whole world of chemicals that can cause injury down there, and we need those canaries in the coal mine. We need to know how to observe the injury and how to document. But now we have a great baseline in Channel Islands, and we know, where they are, what they look like a couple of years ago. And so in the event of, God forbid, a future disaster, we'll have that kind of information in order to do that assessment.
Well, and that sounds, it brings to the next kind of point. Then protecting deep sea corals, it's really is important. If you're saying then they are the canary in the coal mine, is that seem correct then, as far as a bottom species?
Well, they're definitely highly sensitive to temperature changes and acidification, depending on the species. I see Natasha's got a question for us.
I see that too.
Which is worse, acidification or temperature rise? Okay. Well, it depends which coral we're talking about. If it's a stony coral like this Lophelia, acidification is a big problem, but it also can't survive above like 15 degrees C. For the Gorgonian corals, they seem to be the winners in an ocean acidification scenario. Their axis is it's protein. It's kind of like a woody stem. When we collect them, and you can break them like a twig, and you can see that there's a little calcite in there, but that's not the problem. For the Gorgonians, it's the temperature sensitivity. One thing we don't know about at all is the food. Both of these conditions will change the food source, change the phytoplankton, and that's something we need to learn about. Does it change in the surface plankton affect the health of the communities down below?
Yeah, and I know that just from having conversations with people, aquariumists and things like that, that some of these coral species are very specific on the type of food source that they would go for. So a complete change in like you said, that phytoplankton may affect their ability to feed on the specific organism they're looking for. Does that seem correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well, it sounds like we've covered a lot. Obviously, protecting deep sea corals has been a big push. Just if we could close it up with, how are ROVs helping with that effort? Obviously, we go down, we collect them, we get video, but what else is it that I guess is helping with your efforts?
Well, what helps a lot is that we can get the samples we need very delicately without causing, injury the way a dredge or a trawl might sample the seafloor. And the Smithsonian Museum is full of dredged and trawled samples. And the problem there is you get the sample, but you never know what it looked like alive, right?
Right.
You know what it looks like on deck and in ethanol, but the ROVs give us a chance to, first of all, observe the animal alive in its natural habitat, right? So we see the corals, then we see all the animals associated with it. We're not going to be able to collect all those animals, but we'll get a photo documentation or a video documentation. And then when we collect that sample, as you know, we usually just only need a little piece. We don't have to get the whole coral unless we're trying to assess its age, right? Which we only need to do once in a blue moon. But we can get those little samples, which are enough for genetics, enough for taxonomy, enough so that we can put a name on this purple thing that we're looking at.
Looks like the other one, right?
That's right. So the ROVs are invaluable, and they're also giving us a whole new perspective on the seafloor. Not a lot of people know this, but most of the seafloor biology comes from these down-looking cameras that were towed over the surface. So you see a lot of crabs, you see a lot of sea cucumbers and stuff, but you don't get a sense of what's happening in the water column or with the upright animals. And because the ROV has this forward-looking camera and you're so low to seafloor, I think we're usually flying, what is it, about half a meter?
Yeah, about a half a meter.
Yeah, so we're real close to the seafloor, getting, the benthic view. And this gives us a whole new perspective on that kind of habitat that we didn't have before.
Yeah, no, it's been a interesting discovery for me too. Is just that when you get down there, things that I've seen and like you said, other perspectives, the downward looking, where you go across it and you kind of saw a pink smudge, but you're not really sure what it was, and then to be able to actually stop and hold on it and film it and see something interact with it, it definitely is a different perspective and allows you, I guess, a little bit more depth in what you're gaining from that same imagery.
Yeah. And plus, you've got your GPS and your digital positioning. So we know within a meter or two where that coral actually was. You can't get that kind of information from a trawl or a dredge or even an AUV, a robot that doesn't have a tether. They're estimating location based on physics and water column characteristics. So it's important for us to be precise, especially if we're going to manage these areas. We want to make sure that if we're putting something off limits, we know exactly where that is and that we're not just guessing.
No, agreed. It looks like Natasha had asked one other question about the baseline pictures. Who's most interested? Would that be local governments, state, national governments, industry? I'll let you feel that. It seems like everybody would be.
Yeah, well, these pictures are useful for a lot of things. I mean, everything from posters and brochures to actual scientific data. We use these images to measure the size and health of these colonies and count how many brittle stars are on it. But the person most interested, other than the scientists, will be whoever has jurisdiction, right? So state waters go out to, what is it, 3 miles.
Yeah.
Right. So, and you've got deep water there within 3 miles. And then beyond that, it becomes a federal jurisdiction. And beyond 200 miles, we're into the, the high seas. And there, nobody has jurisdiction.
Right.
They can try, but you got to have that evidence. And the photos are more and more, I'd rather have 1,000 photos of a habitat than, a half a dozen samples of the things. Ideally, you get both, but the images are valuable. They're a great way to communicate with people. They turned out to be evidence in the Deepwater Horizon case, right? So
Right.
this is how you make your claim.
Well, and you continue. You plan to continue this coral work into the future, looking at obviously the areas that we continue to monitor and still learn about, but also expansion into new areas. Is that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we want to know how they reproduce. We know their names now. We know how fast or slow they grow, but we don't know exactly how they reproduce. And if you know from shallow coral habitats, once you know how they reproduce, you can actually get within 5 minutes of their actual spawning time at places like flower garden banks. And this is based on the lunar cycle, changes in temperature. So it's usually around August, and they can dial that in. But we have none of that information for these deep water animals. We just have snippets of info here and there. So we want to start monitoring these more regularly, figure out how they reproduce. Right now, we reproduce them by fragmenting them. So it's asexual reproduction. And what you're going to get is like one gene line, right? That's all you got. And
Cloning.
you want genetic diversity, right? So we'd prefer there be some kind of sexual reproduction, but they can also they can brood larvae, and there's a number of ways these corals can reproduce. So we got to learn that much. It's critical, especially if we're going to propagate them and start transplanting them back in the deep sea.
Well, and I know they're doing that in the shallows, and there's, obviously when you have these die-offs that we saw, obviously in the Gulf where we had a clear sort of, event that you could pinpoint to. We've seen die-offs off of California where, it's not really clear as to what, you suspect it might be temperature related, but it's still unclear. But obviously then you have this, as you said, sort of cloning of corals, but you're imagining that then there would be some sort of combination of cloning and then trying to brood or create starter populations, that are maybe genetically different in close proximity to try to, get that genetic diversity to, spread out from there.
Yeah, that's right. And, that takes a lot of samples in order to figure out what's that genetic diversity. Already we've seen that although the animals are pretty broadly distributed all the way from the Caribbean up to off Cape Hatteras, that there's a couple, we call them metapopulations. There's different genotypes in different regions. And we wouldn't want to put the wrong genotype back in the wrong place. So we have to understand that stuff before we really start doing the work in earnest.
Well, it sounds like you've got a lot of work ahead of you. It sounds like you got a 14-year plan. So most people are having trouble with the 1-year plan.
That's right. We're hoping we can suck you guys into some of this work. I know life is good out west, but
we're always happy to join you. It's been, like I said, for me, just the amount of information that I've learned from you and working with other researchers on these projects is, it's why I got into this as well. It's sort of the unknown and knowing about it, and so it's been a real journey. Before we bring Natasha back, what one thing, if you could, I guess say anything to people, what one thing could people do to help have a positive effect on the ocean? That the little thing that they could do each day that might help a deep sea coral even.
Yeah, that's a good question. Most of the things that come to mind for me are pretty much in the grocery store. The decisions you make there, whether you're gonna, have paper packaging or plastic packaging. Here in Charleston, we've banned the plastic bag. So it's all paper bags, and it made a huge difference. That was like a year and a half ago. Nobody even remembers that we had plastic bags before. Right? It was an easy change, but you don't see that everywhere. We went up to New York; they're still dishing out plastic bags, and you see them in the trees. You see
Yeah,
them
all
out
along
in
the
the water.
road. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's one thing. Also, know your seafood and its origins, and choose sustainable seafood options, and preferably, get that seafood locally if you can, rather than shipped overseas. But one thing I try and tell people, especially my students, that I think the best thing we all can do is get out on the water and enjoy it, and remember why we're there, trying to protect it, and then share that experience with our friends and family.
Yeah, no, that's and something that you said earlier today, talking about some of the chemicals that were in the water. It sort of made me remember that, even like you said, the food that we eat, and there's a chemical side to that aspect of it. Organic maybe less. The things that we put down our sink, a lot of this ends up back in our oceans, and so keeping in mind those things as well, like you pointed out, chemicals can have a big effect as well.
Yeah, and there are organizations that monitor the water quality. I think NRDA is one of those groups, and maybe some others. But this is something that all of us can do, is to support the nonprofit organizations like your own that are out there trying to make a difference every day. This is an easy one. We tip our waiters and our bartenders. I think we should also be donating to folks like yourself that are really making it your mission to make sure our oceans are clean and safe to swim in.
Well, thank you, and thank you for coming on today. Giving the interview, and look forward to what we do next, getting back out on the water and discovering something new. So thank you again.
Yeah.
So we can bring Natasha back.
Peter, what a perfect segue to wrap up our session. Thank you, Andy and Peter. This was great. Deep sea corals are amazing. I think the first time it kind of hit me was realizing that these corals live below the photic zone, and they are not like their shallow water cousins. These are animals. And people don't, they look at corals and it's kind of mind blowing that those are little animals in there.
Yeah.
So I know that blew my mind when I started working with MARE, and I hope we got everyone excited about deep sea corals. They're not the the marine megafauna. They don't get much love these days, but they are the forests of our ocean, and without them, the rest of it doesn't work. So they're critical, and I'm so excited about the work that Peter's doing. I'm so excited about the work that MARE gets to continue to work with you on, Peter.
Yes.
Is there anything else you want to tell us about deep sea corals before we move on to a couple movies?
No, I just want to say thanks for having me.
Okay, great. And I think, which is one of the things that's so critical, is if we don't document and measure what's going on, we can't protect it. And what you were talking about around the deep water horizon spill, if we hadn't had that information before, we wouldn't understand that impact. And that is why MARE's work is so critical, because if we don't go out and document and measure what's out there, how will we understand the impacts, whether it's fishing, climate change, ocean acidification, all of the above? So I think, yeah, that's a great example of that.
Essential information.
Yes. Thank you to all of our viewers. We got some great questions. Keep the donations coming in. Deep sea corals need love too. And we're going to show a couple videos now, so stay on. Thank you again, Andy and Peter, and we will show some videos and then have our next session at 3 o'clock with Lance Morgan from the Marine Conservation Institute, talking about blue parks. If you want to know what a blue park is, come back at 3, but stay tuned for octopus and deep sea coral videos that we've been talking about. Muted. Hope you enjoy the movies and just want to invite all of you at 5 o'clock to join us for Mare's birthday party. And we will be making Mare-garitas. If you're wondering what the recipe is, you can check it out on our website. We will be doing a live demo in case you don't know how to make one, and hope you join us for a happy 18th anniversary for Mare. Cheers and a Mare-garita. Thank you, everyone, and see you back here at 3 o'clock for our next session on blue parks. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you all for joining in. We are starting our fourth session of the day about learning about blue parks and the deep sea. And I'm very excited about our next presenter, Lance Morgan with the Marine Conservation Institute. And just so you all know, we have reached about 77% towards our MARE Day fundraising goal. It's slowly getting there, and we want to thank all of you for joining today and supporting ocean science. We can't do this work without you. Please don't hesitate posting your comments and questions in the chat, and we'll be looking at those and incorporating them into our discussion. So Lance, let's bring you on and jump into blue parks. Hey, Lance.
All right. Hi there, Natasha. And on behalf of Marine Conservation Institute, let me wish you a happy 18th birthday to all of you and all of the MARE folks. And I hope you guys have many more years of doing these kinds of things. It's a fun idea in an otherwise strange time for all of us, for sure. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to talk with you today, and glad to be a part of the celebration. The Blue Parks Initiative that you referenced is our effort to showcase the ocean's best protected places. So these are marine protected areas, which I'm sure you've spoken about earlier today. But these are places where we manage the ocean for the benefit of marine life. So we put restrictions on what kinds of things can be extracted and harvested so that the marine life there can actually thrive, rebound, come back, potentially spill over to other adjacent areas. And over the many years that we've been working on marine protected areas like you guys, and we have a project called Marine Protection Atlas, a website, mpatlas.org, where you can look at where MPAs are all around the world. We've come to realize there are a lot that we might consider paper parks. And so as a group, a conservation group that wants to have more protected areas in place that are doing the things we set them up to do, we wanted to make sure that they actually reached these standards. So the scientists for a lot of years have been studying parks, and they know that when you put the right mixture of management structures in place, regulations, outreach, community engagement, monitoring is a really important part of this. How is the site doing? Is it, that's one of these things that MARE's excelled at so well. We can actually get the conservation benefits that we want. However, we don't tend to talk about what's going well as often as we talk about what's going poorly. So about 5 years ago, we said, somebody needs to talk about what's going well in the ocean. And so Blue Parks became this recognition. And now we have this group of sites around the world. There's, I think, 17 sites that have been awarded this recognition around the world, including the Channel Islands in California. But scattered across, some are relatively small, some are relatively large. But what they all have in common is that they're really doing a really demonstrably good job at protecting the marine life that is there. And they're also doing that without necessarily, being real draconian about exactly community input. They work with the communities in these cases. So in the case of the Channel Islands, we have the National Park for the Channel Islands, we have the National Marine Sanctuary Program down there, and we have the state of California, all of them engaged with citizen science, with outreach, with education, with surveys. And so they really, have advisory councils with the community. So there's a lot of feedback that goes into the management of these. And we've learned that the more you encourage this type of participation in the protected areas, the better the community comes at actually becoming proud of what they have in their own backyard. So a long time ago, you might have heard this story about national parks. Everybody hates the national park until it's been there, and then everybody's the biggest fan of the national park in their neighborhood because they realize what a great, opportunity it actually has. So we're trying to do that same thing for the ocean, trying to encourage this engagement, but importantly, recognize that you do need to invest in these parks, these blue parks, if you want them to recover wildlife and really be the effective conservation tools that we all hope that they will be.
So it sounds like we've started to develop these marine protected areas, but not all marine protected areas are the same. Not all marine protected areas are equal. And each state and each country has different rules around these things. And you guys are trying to look at a global perspective and understand kind of and measure in some way what the effectiveness is and if these are truly effective marine protected areas.
Right, right. And I think, at least from our standpoint, one of the important pieces of this is that these then become examples, places where you can learn from. So if you are thinking about a marine protected area, you can go, oh, hey, this is Blue Park. It's supposedly doing a good job. What are they doing that's right? What can I learn from them? So it becomes a network of these areas, a system. You know, maybe they want to know more about how I actually do monitoring with an ROV, right? So we can connect them to somebody like MARE and use that example. Maybe they need more about what does their education program look like, or maybe they have a really good, you know, citizen science diver program where they're, you know, monitoring kelp beds at coral reefs. So these programs exist. And the more we can kind of build up these, you know, strong examples and get people engaged, the more we'll see these types of protections expand. And I think, you know, from the other side of it, what we really don't want to have is a lot of investment in areas that don't really deliver the benefits. So we're trying to make sure that we recognize that, you know, that we do have good, strong examples. And when you do things right, and because you're right, there's a whole range of these areas out there, some that, you know, people may not even know about because this isn't true in California, because there's no outreach or education. And so no one's obeying any of the rules or regulations. Maybe they don't even know them. In other cases, they know that no one enforces the rules and regulations. So, you know, why would I not be there? So there's a lot of, you know, there's something like 15,000 marine protected areas globally around the world. So you can see with only 17 so far in Blue Park status, and not that it's easy. We admit we're a little bit of a high bar here, but there's a lot of work to do on this step of really improving.
And can you talk a little bit about why we even put these marine parks in place? You know, I think there's lots of different tools to protect the ocean. Marine parks, blue parks, marine protected areas. We've used lots of names that we're throwing around here, is one of the many tools. Right. And this is a relatively new tool on land. We've been doing this for a long time, is closing areas to certain activities. Right. And it's much easier to watch them and regulate them on land because we can just see it versus in the ocean. This is it's more of a new tool, especially, you know, we have some older examples, but what California has done over the last 10 to 15 years. Can you talk about why we even have marine protected areas?
Right. Well, I think the first thing to probably think about is that where we are in ocean management is kind of lagging landside management. We're not necessarily as comfortable in the water, but we're at least 100 years behind kind of a lot of the, both in a good way, because we haven't destroyed potentially the ocean as much as we've destroyed areas on land. We haven't been so intensive in, you know, some of our, you know, agricultural and other land use practices. But the ocean, unfortunately, is kind of catching up. We're more and more industrializing things. Some of the fishing methods we've used, like bottom trawling, have been fairly destructive to the seafloor and wiped out, you know, some of the areas along the coast. We had a big rockfish, groundfish collapse, you know, a couple decades ago. As a result of this, we're just kind of getting over that and getting going again across the West Coast. From that, it took a lot of restrictions in order to get there, a lot of pain. And if we had been managing a little bit better along the way and managing with some of these closed areas, we would have had a little bit more resiliency in the system. We would have had these pockets potentially of refuges or marine parks where marine life would have been able to hold on to its abundance. Why might that seem like a good strategy over just fisheries management? Well, we know that, you know, some gears are fairly destructive to habitat. That's one problem. All fishing gears are fairly non-selective. So if you're going fishing for fish, you might be catching little ones, you might be catching big ones. Well, big fish, which are the older fish, live a long time. So over the course of their lifetime, if you're fishing them, you start to lose these individuals out of the population. And why is that important? Because big fish are way more reproductive than little fish, maybe orders of magnitude higher. So if you have a population like rockfish that, you know, maybe take 15, 20, 35 years to become sexually mature, and they're then, you know, getting harvested out of the population or removed from the population before they get there and not given a chance to really grow to these big sizes, You've wiped out a lot of the reproductive capacity, the baby making potential of the fish.
It's different with fish, right? The bigger and the older they get, the more reproductive they are compared to humans, where we kind of go the opposite direction.
Sure. And I don't think people recognize sometimes that even relatively small rockfish are 30, 40, 50 years old, right? And big ones can, we've known rockfish that may be a couple of 100 years old. So it's a different kind of lifestyle in the ocean. A lot of things are very long lived. And you probably heard about deep sea corals earlier, hundreds to thousands of years old as an individual, sitting in one spot on the seafloor, they can't really move. So they are, really vulnerable if we don't have protected areas that kind of give them a chance to maintain themselves. So it's a really almost kind of an ancient forest kind of conservation that you have to do.
Yeah. And I think California has really been a leader in creating these marine protected areas. There was a law that created the Marine Protected Area Network across the state of California, and created this network of 124 different marine protected areas that are in state waters. And we've, a lot of places are looking at California to see how that's worked and looked at our process. MARE has been involved since the beginning of that implementation and monitoring these areas and using robotic technology to monitor these areas. Can you talk about what California has done and what is the best way to monitor and understand what these protections are actually doing to the surrounding environment?
Right. Yeah. So kind of when I was first starting out as a marine biologist in the kind of early 90s, seems like a long time ago now, Jane Lubchenko, who's been one of my mentors, was first really honing in on this idea of MPAs and marine protected areas and marine reserves. And, as she started to demonstrate some of the science that goes into what these protected areas are able to do, people started thinking about this more. So California was the first state to really look at this and say, well, we've got places like, Los Lobos down in Monterey and a few other places scattered around, but, we don't really have anything that's systematic up and down the coast. We don't really, we have a whole bunch of different regulations. Some are really focused on fishing, some maybe focused more on protecting an endangered species like a sea otter. Let's see if we can divide a state-wise system. So the Marine Life Protection Act came into being in the early 2000s. And, essentially reviewed all the science at that time and came up with these recommendations. And then the state, through a stakeholder kind of public-private partnership, involved a bunch of stakeholders regionally in how can we design a network in, a certain part. So I started in the Central California region, kind of Monterey Bay region, and had the stakeholders work with the scientific advisors and kind of design this network from the bottom up. And so they looked at existing areas and said, okay, so is that one good? Should we modify it? Do we need new ones? And they had some, guidelines for how to go about this process. And then they proceeded over, like you said, a 10-year period to do this up and down the coast. State waters go from 0 to 3 miles, a little bit more. Monterey Bay is included in state waters. But it really became this, kind of gold standard for how to do an MPA, a system of MPAs around the world. And what made it really even better was as they got done with it, they started these monitoring systems to actually go down and establish what the baseline of the health of these areas was, which again is back to what MARE has been so effective in doing, is taking these ROVs into the deeper water and surveying these MPAs, looking outside the MPAs, really kind of getting us to here's what we stand, here's where we stand right now, and then kind of push it forward into, the next 10-year period. Let's see now how well this protection is looking. Once we get back that information, we can make some adjustments, or maybe we need more, maybe we don't need this one, maybe this one was really great and this one wasn't. Start to tease that about. At the same time, they did a whole kind of community group engagement process as well. So there's I think they call it the collaborative, MPA collaborative, in which they work with local groups, and they had, the citizen science beach walks, MPA monitors, MPA outreach, just kind of telling people what's going on. This isn't a marine reserve here. And the state actually has a system. I don't know if there's too much detail, but there's 3 levels of MPA in the state. One is a state marine reserve, which is closed to all fishing. They have conservation areas that allow for some of these lighter impact fishing methods, something like trolling for a salmon. And then they have other areas that, are kind of holdovers from the state park system, where there's something kind of a little bit different still, but those are areas that have been managed by the state historically. So as you said, people look to California. They kind of wish they had what California has. Hawaii is kind of the next state up, and again, MARE's going there. They've made this commitment to 30% of Hawaii waters. California, when it went through its network, I think the number is about 19% or somewhere in that range statewide. If you overlay the state system with the federal system, there's actually quite a bit more coverage than that 19%. But the federal sanctuaries don't have the same levels of protection that the state designed in their system. So the federal waters, which are 3 to 200, are relatively unprotected off the coast of California.
Yeah, and I want to get back to that kind of the 30 by 30 and what California is doing and what the rest of the country is doing. But I just want to point out that here in California, we've been studying these MPAs for 15 years. And we have an enormous amount of data from both deep water ROV data and scuba diver data and nearshore data. And we've looked at all of that, and we've seen increases not only within the marine protected areas, but outside of them as well. So we're seeing sometimes double or triple the amount of fish that we've seen over time. And what I think is really exciting is that the MPAs are working. And we're seeing a spillover effect. So when fish don't know lines and boundaries in the ocean, and they don't necessarily stay within those areas, and they are replenishing other areas, and fishermen and fisheries are seeing the benefits of some of these closures. So that's exciting information and really important information as we move forward in managing these areas. So California has kind of been a leader, as you mentioned, and states are following, including Hawaii. And MARE will be headed to Hawaii next week to our director Dirk Rosen, who some of you saw earlier today, and our team are headed out there with our Batfish vehicle, and we'll be surveying some of these deeper areas that haven't been surveyed to help inform Hawaii's 30 by 30 initiative. And we're very excited about that. And we're also excited to see that on a state and national and international level, there is a big push for this 30 by 30 to protect not only 30% of our oceans by 2030, but to protect land as well. So Lance, can you tell us a little bit about what's happening on, I know you've been following the state and national and international.
Right. So I think the important thing to say is this kind of started with, you could always go back about a decade ago. There was some early science suggesting that when the world agreed to a target of 10% marine protected areas in 2010 as part of this international Convention on Biological Diversity. At the time, that was a compromise from 20%, which is what scientists were thinking was about right, maybe a little bit more or not. We all knew that 10% was just a milestone, and that was a milestone for 2020. So we got to 2020, we hadn't quite got to 10% globally. Some countries have done better than the 10% target. California had done better than the 10% target. But the science has started to accumulate, and 30% was really seen to be a much more appropriate number, especially as climate change accelerates and the climate crisis worsens. We continue to, for the most part, demand more out of the ocean. We have things like deep seabed mining on the horizon as well. So there's a lot of things that are still, it's not like the ocean's at a static point right now. Things are still, putting a lot of pressure on the ocean. In 2016, at the World Conservation Congress, this is a global meeting of governments and conservation organizations and conservation advocates and scientists, they actually adopted a target of 30% marine protected area coverage for the ocean and for land as well. As you might guess, 2016, some other things happened that year. That didn't go very far in the US government for the last 4 years. But as we got to the Biden administration, one of the first executive orders that he issued on climate resilience was that nature, in order to be more resilient, should protect 30% of the ocean and the land areas. And he started a real interesting process, which I think there will be an announcement later this week about where that process is going. One thing for sure is it'll have a lot more bottom-up engagement, especially from tribes and indigenous groups in the US. At the same time, Governor Newsom in California has also issued an executive order saying that he is supportive of this same idea for land and sea. So California is now thinking about where it will go and what its process will be to engage this. And then back to the international community, the post-2020 Convention on Biological Diversity, the framework discussion is actually going on right now. And then this fall, there will be a meeting in China, which will be adoption of the post-2020 targets. So that is where the international community will probably commit to 30%, with a lot of nations already having voiced their support for 30%, not just the Biden. The UK is likewise in that group as well. So there is a lot of momentum for this largest target. And I'm sure there's various ways to look at it, but there was a recent paper in Nature that Enrique Sala from National Geographic led, looks at this thing called the triple bottom line. So the benefits to climate, seafood and productivity and marine life we want to harvest from the sea, and biodiversity. And it also has some support for 30% in it as being this good target in which you can achieve all of these goals if you put these places in the right locations, which means in these places where there is opportunities for fisheries, and you get the benefits again from 30%, at least 30%.
And so, I mean, the idea is that if we put aside 30% of our ocean as kind of putting it in the bank and protecting it, what should we see? How will this affect people? How, everyday people that are
right,
are concerned about the ocean? What is protecting 30% of the ocean really going to do for everyone?
Right. So one of the most obvious thing, which we've been talking a little bit about, is more sustainable fish populations. So these areas, as you kind of alluded to, can be thought of as, savings accounts in the ocean. They produce interest when they're done right, and that interest can seed other areas. So that's, something that people have talked about for a while. One of the things that has come across more recently is the fact that a lot of these areas sequester carbon really effectively, especially these higher productivity zones. So as we look for the ocean is the biggest carbon sink. Protecting some of these areas and rebuilding this productivity is another way of capturing carbon, a natural solution to carbon. So that's sort of a really important aspect that we're just barely starting to understand, but we now know something about the seafloor, where these sediments, if you think back about it, the whole reason we go in the ocean for fossil fuels is because a long time ago, microalgae and plankton and so forth settled down on the bottom of the seafloor, and over millennia became oil. And we've gone after it. Well, it actually is an ongoing process. So we can still take all that microalgae and in areas where it's productive, have it sequester, i.e. accumulate on the seafloor. If we're going through at the bottom trawl and stirring it all back up, and it comes back up into the water column, it's no longer sequestered. It kind of remineralizes in different ways, and isn't taken out of the system. So there are ways that we can enhance the system through protected areas. And then I think there's just this third one, which really is this idea of an insurance policy. We know bad things will happen in different places. It's all great to say we can manage a fishery right to the perfect line. We don't have a very good track record at doing that. We often overshoot. There's always pressure on catching more fish. Not as many fish show up at the council meetings to argue for their homes. So we always have a little bit of a pressure in one direction. Some people call this a ratchet effect. Because we get to a certain point, things aren't really great. We ratchet down again. We need just a little bit more fish, a little bit more fish, a little bit more fish. And we end up not having the productivity we once had. So if you have some of these, and this is where the 30% number is important, 30% spread and kind of a systematic fashion. So you know something about the dispersal distances between areas. You can think of it as a stepping stone. You know, you want those stones to be a certain distance apart so they can recede each other. If they're too close, then you're kind of, you know, not being as efficient. If they're too far away, then they can't recede each other. So this idea of a system both along the coast, which is what California did, but onshore, offshore is another important way to think of it as well, or deep water into shallow water. So we can hope for a lot of, you know, much more resilient populations as a result of this strategy.
And I think you really highlight an important point that it's kind of a three-pronged impact, not just on fisheries, but creating resiliency and also this carbon sequestering, which is something that's a little abstract, I think, for most people, but has huge impact on our oceans, on our air, and on all of us as humans that live on this planet. Carbon is a big issue. So MPAs, you know, are kind of this triple impact, which I don't think we don't think about. We really think about it in terms of a fisheries tool, but it's definitely more than that. And you know what we've seen here in California is that putting aside these spots, these areas have acted as living laboratories so that we're able to look at some of these impacts. We're able to look at external factors that are impacting these areas that we can't really do in the wild.
Right.
But when you eliminate fishing and you eliminate that pressure, then you can see what's happening in the ocean. And that's really critical. We can't protect what we don't know is happening.
Yeah, and I would just add in too, because I know you spend a lot of time in the water, that, you know, the ocean for all of us, whether you're fishing or scuba diving or surfing or just visiting the shoreline, is a real, still a wilderness place for the most part, and a chance to, even in a crowded urban area, to get out and see some wilderness and enjoy that and kind of be, you know, fulfilled and, you know, recreate in that area, in that space. And so I think, you know, just having healthier oceans and the kelp forests and all these things is something that, you know, pays a personal return to folks, but also drives a lot of tourism to the coast as well. It helps a lot of those communities up and down California's coast.
Yeah, I think we need, so the list is getting longer. Got fisheries, carbon sequestering, resiliency, blue mind. I think what you're referring to is
right?
the idea of blue mind, just that the ocean feeds our soul and our spirit in a way that very few things do. You know, obviously being in nature and having that connection. One of the biggest themes we keep hearing throughout the day is getting our kids and our next generation in the water to experience that and make that connection. So maybe we'll keep adding to the list here as we talk. One place that most people don't really think about is the high seas and what's happening beyond our exclusive economic zone. California, or states, I should say, along the US manage their waters from 0 to 3 miles offshore, like you mentioned, Lance. And then 3 to 200 miles offshore is federally managed waters, where we see our national marine sanctuaries. And then beyond 200 miles along all coastal nations around the world is considered the Wild West, the high seas, where there's really is no jurisdiction. There's not one nation that's regulating those waters. What happens in the high seas, and what's going to happen? What do you think is going to happen over the next 10 years?
Well, so we had a prototype agreement called the Law of the Sea that came into place, you know, many decades ago, but it overlooked the idea of conservation and, you know, sustainability. Really, it really focused on where can I put my boat, and what could I potentially dump, and what could I extract. Regional fishery management organizations by treaty convention have been established for most of the high seas. And I should say the high seas is 70% of the ocean, roughly 2/3 of the ocean, and about half the planet. And if you think about it by volume, it's a huge amount of biosphere.
I think we heard that 99% of space on the planet, when you think about volume, is in the ocean.
Is in the ocean, right? Yeah. So that's about the best estimate we have. So it's really critical to a whole bunch of things. But what we neglected in this first round of the Law of the Sea is actually the ability to establish a marine protected area and do better environmental management of it. And I think There's a long history of thinking, the ocean's too big to fail, the high seas is too far from us. What difference does it make? But as an example for the California groups, if you think about like Año Nuevo and Monterey Bay and the white sharks that live there, they all kind of buzz out to the Central Pacific, halfway to Hawaii, almost every year. We think it's a kind of a mating and feeding ground. We still don't actually know why the White Shark Cafe is the draw it is. But those sharks then, and we spend a lot of effort in California trying to manage our sharks and keep them healthy and shark diving, and all these are really important aspects of things. And they're also trying to keep our elephant seals in check. But regardless, they are almost completely unregulated out there and become part of the shark fin soup world and so forth with some of these unregulated or poorly regulated fisheries. So there is a kind of a tie to us, and this is true in lots of places. Leatherback sea turtles, which also come to Northern California to feed, they nest in Indonesia, right? So they got to cross the high seas all the way across the Pacific. So it's really phenomenal what some of these animals do. But the fact that we can't identify these hotspots for them on the high seas and protect these places is now the subject of a negotiation at the United Nations. It's actually been ongoing for the better part of 15 years, and 2020 was to be the final negotiation. It's on hold. We're hoping that it will pick back up probably either late this year or the first thing in 2022. And that would be a treaty to actually allow us to set up protected areas on the high seas. So if you think of something like the Sargasso Sea, that's on the high seas, right? We would need to bring in many parties and negotiate a treaty. That has not been able to happen without this kind of UN treaty negotiation. So there's a few set of these hotspot places around the world. A lot of them happen to be on seamount chains because those are areas of biodiversity hotspots. And we're going to get to seamounts here.
Yeah, well, actually, before we get to seamounts, because I want to hear about seamounts because they're pretty cool. What do you think just on the international level, like countries like China who have huge fishing fleets, how they're going to receive this 30 by 30 and these high seas initiatives that are going on? How does this impact some of these large industrial fishing fleets?
Right. So the approach for MPAs on the high seas is not an outright ban on fishing on the high seas. So it's hopefully with the idea that we can locate areas with high productivity and biodiversity and unique species or fragile species and set them offside from the worst impacts and let them have these same types of sanctuaries on the high seas. As you point out, there are a number of fishing nations that we're not really certain how they would respond, but there's 190 some nations of the world, and China, presumably, and this isn't to be super naive about it, doesn't want to be the one outlier, and would like to potentially be perceived as someone who's, going to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. We do have a lot better tools with satellites to keep track of all these fleets. So you might have seen, some pointing out that it was the Chinese fleets that were fishing around the Galapagos and putting pressure on the Galapagos Marine Reserve. Well, that's the kind of thing we can find out now and put pressure back on them and hope for them to be better stewards. But it is very challenging. It's very difficult to build consensus at the UN and get these things all the way through. So,
and to enforce something that's hundreds or thousands of miles offshore. And this is where technology comes in. And we talked a little bit about this in our previous session about using satellites and different technologies to do more tracking.
Yeah, it's really exciting. Yeah, the opportunities that has there. Right. And so seamounts are just simply underwater mountains. I know we're getting close to the end here, but so if you think about all the mountains that California, for instance, has above the Sierra Nevadas and the Coast Range, well, we actually have a really diverse underwater set of mountain ranges as well. So one of our seamounts, Davidson Seamount, is now part of Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, but there's actually about 60 additional underwater mountains in the federal waters off of California. So MARE and Marine Conservation Institute and many other groups have been working to help explain what the seamounts are, gather some footage, gather the case for supporting these areas. They're actually part of a designation from the Fishery Management Council that also recognizes their important habitats. So we're trying to, bring those all along into a little bit more formal marine protected area status. Over here, over the next few years, the campaign's been going for a couple of years, but we'd like to, get going again, especially now that we have a more favorable federal government, and use that as an opportunity to say, hey, 30% could be, improved off of California by looking at these really diverse, really stunning places underwater.
These are really unique areas. I mean, they're almost like little islands where, we're finding, species that only live on those mounts. And we're also seeing that, sharks and some of the larger predatory fish might be using these seamounts as areas that they're going to either feed or reproduce. And we know so little about them at this point because they're quite deep. Can you remind me exactly the depth?
So seamounts have a technical definition, which means from the seafloor to the summit is over 1,000 meters, so 3,300 feet. They can be anywhere from Cortez Bank off of Southern California, which is actually so close to the surface. It's surfable with big wave season in the winter, even though it's 100 miles offshore. It's one of the more fascinating places off California, but they can also be, several thousand feet under the water. But one of the reasons they're productive for the surface species is if you think about, all the currents that move through the water, and they move at depth as well as on the surface. If you hit a mountain, it deflects that water up. So all this rich bottom water, which has nutrients because of things like whale poop and so forth, comes back to the surface. And as that deflects upward off of the seamount, it comes back into the sunlit zone. Sunlight penetrates about 500 feet, a little bit more. You get this productivity bloom, and then the plankton go, the zooplankton go, the little fish go, the bigger fish go. Suddenly there's marine mammals and seabirds. And so seamounts are this whole little microcosm unto themselves. Like, you might think of it as an island or an oasis in the ocean. So they're really really fascinating places, and they can be almost anywhere in the ocean depending on plate tectonics. So they're scattered throughout the high seas as well.
Great, and we have a little video coming up about some of the seamounts, and we'll be showing that in a minute. Are there any? I think those were all of our questions that came in. If anyone else has a question, please post. And Lance, I really appreciate you taking the time today and helping us celebrate Mari's birthday and talk about what I think is really a game changer in the ocean world in terms of conservation has been this movement towards blue parks. And MCI has been a big player in that. And we're really excited to be able to partner with you on a lot of this work.
Right. Well, I know I mentioned this to you. 18 is an important year because you get the chance to vote, and voting for the ocean is a real thing. Please do it.
Vote for the ocean. Exactly.
So now that you're 18, we expect you guys out there. Actually, I know Dirk's really involved in voter drives, so that's good for him.
Okay, well, we're going to show, now that we've been talking about all this stuff, let's show folks, what's down there. We're going to run the video now, and then we'll come back on to make a little announcement about what's coming next. So stay tuned. Thank you, Lance, and we'll talk soon.
Yep. Thank you.
Off the coast of Central California, in the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, stands a huge mountain rising from the seafloor thousands of feet below the surface. Named Davidson Seamount, its slopes and geothermal springs are a haven for life.
Usually every dive there's something new comes up, something that you're not expecting, a species that you hadn't seen, a kind of a complex, maybe a garden of octopuses, and you go, that's strange, I wonder why they're there.
Scientists have observed extraordinary life forms at Davidson Seamount. A recent exploratory dive astounded these researchers. In 2018, scientists from the Ocean Exploration Trust and Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute found thousands of octopuses along cliffs and crevices in Davidson Seamount, where geothermal activity warms the water. Many of the octopuses appear to be females, ferociously guarding their eggs. Brooding may take up to 4 years, making them vulnerable to threats. Deep seabed mining or oil exploration could devastate the entire population. After the eggs hatch, baby octopuses may face grueling fights to survive, as we see in this shrimp attack. Without strong protections for their habitat, these amazing animals may not survive. Davidson Seamount is permanently protected from fishing, mining, and oil drilling. But the other 62 California seamounts have no permanent protections. To protect the unique marine life they host, we must create lasting protections for seamounts now.
Hi, everyone. Hope you enjoyed our video. I just wanted to introduce Ashley Haler, our program coordinator, who is going to make an announcement about our next session. Thank you, Ashley.
Yeah, for sure. Hi, everyone. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed our last video. We have one more session today. It's going to be our MARE celebration featuring our very own cocktail, our Deep Blue MARE-garita. So we'd love for you to join us with a beverage of your choice. And if you'd like to try your hand at making a margarita, we have both an alcoholic and a non-alcoholic recipe on our website. So check it out. For inspiration and leading us into our very last intermission, here is Natasha Benjamin making her very first margarita. I'll see you all back here at 5 p.m. Thanks, everyone.
One and a half ounces of tequila. One ounce of blue curacao. Whoa, that's blue. That's frightening. 3/4 ounce of freshly squeezed lime juice. Turn turquoise. Pretty cool. Agave to taste. And ice in there. Hold that thought, I need a glass. Welcome back. I now have everything I need. Wet rimmed glass. Salt. Not really working very well. It must be a better trick. I will look into that later. Shake. I need some ice out of here. There we go. It's not quite. Cheers, MARE-garita. Not bad. Okay. Tell me when.
On your camera here.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our end of MARE Day. We've got our whole team here, including MARE staff and board. We're also getting a tour of the Richmond workshop at the same time. Good to see everyone. Thank you, everyone. I just wanted to recap this day and what we've done. We've had presentations all day long, from ocean technology working to save our oceans, to the wonders of the deep sea, to diving into blue parks. And there was so much excitement about what's happening underwater. We're going to be recording all these videos and posting them, so stay tuned. And now we would like to celebrate MARE. This is a celebration of 18 years of ocean discovery. And I hope you all brought your margarita fixings, because I'm going to do a little demo here on how to make a margarita. And let me just pull up our recipe here. Here we go. Okay, so
Look at this camera.
okay. So this is our deep blue margarita that we're going to be making today. And to start off, sorry, 1 second here. Okay, here we go. So we need 1.5 ounces of tequila. I picked the clear tequila to get us going here. And we're making our MARE-garita in celebration of Mare's birthday. So we've got 1.5 ounces of tequila and 1 ounce of blue curacao liqueur, which is, if you get to look at it, it's quite shocking blue. And 3/4 ounce of freshly squeezed lime juice. Kind of went green there. And a little bit of agave to sweeten it up. Oh, I forgot something. I forgot the salt, but we'll come back to that. Shake it up. Try to keep that lid on. And if you remember, put a little salt on your rim. And here is our blue margarita in honor of MARE and 18 years of exploration. I hope we can all cheers together. There we've got Kelly, our board member in Mexico, and our staff working hard in the Richmond office, and Eureka. And I just want to, we have Tom Frost, another board member, joining us. And I just want to show the work that we've done today. If Ashley can pull up the slide of what we've achieved, that would be great. And please unmute yourselves and join in for the cheers. I hope we can all cheers together. There we've got Kelly, our board member in Mexico, and our staff working hard in the Richmond office, and Eureka. And I just want to, we have Tom Frost, another board member, joining us. And I just want to show the work that we've done today. If Ashley can pull up the slide of what we've achieved, that would be great. And please unmute yourselves and join in for the cheers.
Cheers, y'all.
Cheers together.
Cheers, everybody. What a great day.
Cheers. Cheers.
And Eureka. And I just want to Frost, another board member, joining us.
And she's gone.
Are you on the
We have a video to show. If we can pull up the video about why MARE cares about the ocean. You guys on Zoom won't be able to see it, but let me know if it's coming up. Yeah. Okay. So everyone mute, please.
The ocean matters because it brings life. It supplies every other breath's worth of oxygen, and it's the most valuable resource we have. We got to protect it.
The ocean matters because it allows me to do this.
The ocean is a special place to me because I spent my whole life enjoying all it has to offer. And the work we do at MARE is important because it supports ocean health for my daughter's generation.
Why does the ocean matter? Besides being our biggest ventilator and providing oxygen for every other breath, it's just fun to play!
The ocean matters because not only did all life on the planet originate from its nurturing waters, it continues to feed our bodies and nourish our souls. And the very least we can do is do our best to protect and care for it.
The ocean matters because it provides protein and nourishment for millions of people.
Why is ocean conservation important to me? When I think about a future where my kids, and maybe even my grandkids, don't get to dive a coral reef or don't get to see a humpback whale, I think about that's not a future that I want to live in.
The ocean matters because it provides fresh food and clean air for people around the world. It's a spiritual place for many, and it's a place I'm fortunate enough to both work and play. We need to protect it for our future generations.
The ocean matters because we need our wild, windy, open spaces.
For every $1 invested in improving the health of the ocean, you get $5 in return. Now that's a bang for your buck, and that's why the ocean matters.
Join us for MARE Day, May 4th. We explore, discover, and protect the ocean. We can't do it without you. So please support us in doing this invaluable work.
Okay, can you hear me? I hope so. So thank you, everyone. That was our Ocean Matters video from MARE. We're going to wrap things up today. We're very excited of what we've achieved today, and I'm going to pass this over to Tom to give us, Tom, one of our board members.
Hey everyone, big, huge congratulations and props to Ashley, Natasha, and Kelly for pulling all this together. How much work went into this day and the months that I have seen you guys planning. It's been an inspiration and it's been incredible. And thank you to the whole crew for putting it together. Thanks especially to Dirk and Natasha. Do you want to run down the list of people who presented today and the parts they played in making it such a huge success? And last little reminder, with 78%, we're almost there. to goal, make sure you know that those who are in your network are able to give right up clear through tonight in order to make sure that the match happens and we hit our number. Thanks again to everyone. And Natasha, who do we have to thank today?
So many people to thank. Let's start with our incredible lineup of speakers, including Tierney and Brett Hobson, who spoke about blue tech, and Peter Etnoyer, one of our dear partners through NOAA, who talked about deep sea corals, and Lance Morgan with Marine Conservation Institute, talking about blue parks, and including Dirk, who kind of is our fearless leader, making this all happen. I believe he is stuck in traffic, and hopefully we'll jump on for a minute before we tune out. And I also wanted to thank Ashley, who's been by my side through planning this whole event, and Kelly and Tom, who have taken the lead on the board to make this happen, and Simon Thompson for working behind the scenes, making sure that this all worked, and everyone who listened, tuned in, and donated today to support MARE. Thank you so much. I saw Carrie hop on, and I think she's ready to make her drink. Carrie, would you like to say a few words? You have to unmute yourself first.
I'm about to start shaking. Shaking with joy over the success of this event, but I'm also shaking my margarita. You guys did an amazing job, and I'm so thrilled with how much we've earned. And I think more is going to keep rolling in. And this has been incredible. I'm sorry, I was out working today, so I didn't get to see most of the videos, but hopefully I'll be able to catch them up on a catch-up Zoom. Because I haven't seen Tierney in years, and she's incredible. So I hope to hear what she had to say.
By working, Carrie, you mean you've been drinking since noon, right?
Yeah, almost. I wish that were true, actually. Sadly, not quite. But no, I've got a few coming over. They're all coming from their home offices. So we've got the guacamole. We have the shaker now dripping blue juice all over the kitchen, and it's going to be great. And I'm super impressed with the success of this event.
Thank you, Carrie. All of the sessions today will be posted on our YouTube channel. So subscribe to MARE's YouTube channel and click the little notification so you get notified when we post the next video.
Cool.
Okay. Thank you to everyone. I think that's a wrap.
So excited. Thank you, Natasha. It was awesome. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Carrie. Thanks, everybody. Ashley, you did a great job. Dirk, and of course, Andy and all the crew. You guys are awesome.
Organized it, Kelly. Got the shaker. It's leaking. Hey.
Great day.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Happy MARE Day.
Happy birthday.